Hello, hello, hello everyone. Welcome in, welcome back, welcome to the Forts Pro League quarterfinals. Here we have the Forts Pro League Season 5 kicking off the final part of it. We're doing the quarterfinals today, and I'm excited to get started. Here I'm joined with 42 Scientist and Nose. Go ahead and say hello.
Hello.
Greetings.
Yes, we're joined once again by 42 Scientist, who's helping out one of the community outreach here at Forts, and then Nose, the fan favorite. Nose always here to chat and answer your guys' questions. And there's myself, Incursus, here to be the voice and shoutcast all these matches. Today we're going to be starting with Team Spirit Plancha versus Team Greenleaf. Some of the favorite players. This is actually a strong start for this first match here.
Yeah, really looking forward to it.
Oh yes, like absolutely. This is gonna be nice. I believe we're doing some of the commander bands and such in the background. So let's go ahead and check out some of our cool info as we start off here. Yes. And there is the seeding for the quarterfinals. Today's events will just be the quarterfinals. We'll be taking care of the semifinals next week. So make sure to check out for that, because we've got some of the best matches lined up for you guys today. I'm looking forward to this. Wow, we really are starting it out strong. Spirit Plancha versus Greenleaf. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and it's a blur that it's already the playoffs of season 5. From my perspective, it went really quickly.
I know.
It was really nice to see the competitors be really well organized. I think 42, you were saying that everybody was just, you know what I mean? The whole organizing of things went quite smoothly.
It really did.
Yes, it was even smoother than usual.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It was quite nice to see, actually. Like, it's usually there's a fair few hiccups going around, and there's a couple here or there, but really getting it down packed. It's getting really refined. It's nice to see.
Yeah. And I mean, the challenge is mostly the time zones, isn't it? You're trying to organize, however many people it is, 40 or 50 people spread across the world, trying to synchronize them all. It can be a challenge. So yeah, it's really nice to see it run smoothly, and the quality of play has been just increasing with each season, because people are getting more and more serious as time goes on. So starting to see some really high quality strategies and build orders and stuff. So yeah, it's really cool.
Oh yes. So let's go ahead and see what the map votes are going to be for this time around. Looks like Stalactites is banned. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm not going to see the howitzer surprise. But our first map in this matchup will be on Wingman. And then Skylines. Ooh, we don't see that one picked very often. And the decider in this best of 3, if it comes to it, I suspect it will come to it in this matchup. I will be on Vanilla Large, classic, hard to go wrong. Skylines. Alright, so we're definitely expecting some co-op on death shenaniganery there. The other two less inclined toward core ejection.
Yeah, Skylines is only picked about 15% of the time.
Yeah, it's not the most popular.
Compared to like Stalactites or Up and Down, it's more like 50%.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like Stalactites and Up and Down are the two most common. I think Up and Down especially. It's hard to go wrong.
They are currently tied in my stats.
Really? Okay. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Those are certainly the two most popular. And let's see what we get. We have Scattershot banned as well as Pinch Fist. Aw, poor Pinch Fist. Whatever shall we do without Pinch Fist? Buster picked for both. Moonshine, Spook, Overdrive, Hurricane. I've seen a bit of resurgence in Buster. Like, I know the rockets and mortars exploding into shrapnel isn't super new, so I think Buster has just been figured out kind of sort of mid FPL. That it's kind of a decent commander for 2v2s in a 2v2 setting.
Or just messing around, we don't know.
Or the teams are just messing around. That is always an option. Like, that does happen sometimes. But the fact that, like, from the matches we've seen so far for the Force Pro League, I think it is leaning towards Buster is a bit stronger in the 2v2 than a lot of people gave it credit for, myself included. It just works. Now, we're going to be kicking it off here this first match pretty soon, so make sure to grab your popcorn, grab your drinks, as we've only got a few short minutes before this first match starts. I want to say thank you to everyone in chat who's hanging out here at the start, as well, we've got some good matches for you guys coming up here. We do have. I do want to mention, because we have a lot of people talking about it in chat, why is the entire chat in German? Well, there's a lot of German representation here for these players. And well, we've got some of it here in this very match. Surprise! So I hope you guys have enjoyed, as it's gonna be, the Germans are here to stay and they're here to take that first place. Let's go ahead and see if, how well they do, because we're kicking it off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. Team Spirit Plancher versus Team Greenleaf. Alright, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. On the left-hand side, it is Team Spirit Plancher. It's Derbenzine and Poolboy playing as the Hurricane Commander versus Team Greenleaf. On the right-hand side, in the red forts, it's Dranistian and Tar playing as the Buster Commander. So we got Buster broken out early on here on Wingman, facing off against Hurricane. So Buster, traditionally a commander that specializes in heavier hitting weapons, like late game kind of stuff. We're talking mass cannon specifically. Tends to work really well with just going cannons and blasting the opponents, especially in the bigger team matches where you can focus fire and just burn things through with the over penetration or the heavy penetration projectile. However, through the Forts Pro League and slightly before, but through the Forts Pro League, we've seen a fair bit of, I'm going to say, adventurous tactics with Buster. Going with early game aggression and utilizing Buster's second bonus, the shrapnel projectiles, things like shrapnel rockets and shrapnel mortars, just to deal a little bit extra damage from those earlier game weaponry. And it's how am I going to describe this? It has had a higher success rate than I would have expected, and it's high enough that we're seeing it more and more frequently as the Forts Pro League goes on. So I'm still a little surprised to see Buster picked here, but only so much because it has been picked several times now throughout the Forts Pro League to substantial success. So I'm kind of expecting to see Team Greenleaf get aggressive here with either rockets or mortars or some such. And mortars especially have been a rather meta play, so seeing shrapnel mortars mixed in is not terribly surprising. Seeing mortars come out from Hurricane, on the other hand, is a decision. Mortars are just strong, and Hurricane doesn't do much to benefit them, so they're just kind of there. I think they're just trying to apply a little bit of pressure because they can, or we're not even seeing an upgrade center out of Team Spirit Plancher here. So these mortars are not going to be attempting to end the game or anything of that sort. These are literally just regular incendiary mortars for the purposes of applying pressure and nothing else. And it's causing a bit of a reaction. It actually gets some core damage onto Dranistian here. The forwardmost fort for Team Greenleaf takes a direct hit to the core. Okay, yeah, this is what I was expecting out of Team Greenleaf. We see upgraded rockets, so we're gonna get some dual shrapnel rockets gonna slam directly into the front of Derbensine's fort, while Derbensine just tries to tech rush up to cannons. We see Pool Boy up here at the top fort is just getting greedy with the cannon rush, just trying to get out of cannon as quickly as possible. We're going to see a very similar kind of strategy out of Greenleaf, but slightly further behind, just because Hurricane is 10% faster. That's just how Hurricane works. So Team Greenleaf is going to be going with the greedy cannon rush with a little bit of aggressive warfare. So similar kind of builds. Here come their shrapnel rockets. You can see them splashing their damage just all over the front of Derbensine's, well, foundation element. The question then becomes, how well does Team Spirit Plancher hold the line here? Looks like we've got a fair bit of machine gunnery coming out of Team Spirit Plancher, which is going to assist in taking out those rockets. We've said it before, we'll say it again. Actually, the most recent video showcased this strategy, specifically, like explicitly this strategy, the triple rockets, into a very similar base design as well. But the big takeaway from this is that Derbensine needs to avoid getting slapped by all three of these rockets. If Dranistian manages to land triple rocket into the front of Derbensine's fort, then Derbensine's just going to break. It won't be a quick break, it'll take a couple volleys for it to break, but the initial volley starts the death spiral, and there's very little Derbensine will be able to do other than die slowly. But die slowly is all he needs to do, because Pool Boy just launched his first cannon and shell at Dranistian, bringing Dranistian's core down to 71%. Oh, Derbensine just ate those rockets. A very quick cannon.
On the clock.
Oh yes. And so that's the whole point. That was Pool Boy was getting greedy with it. He's trying to get the cannon out as fast as possible to try to knock the rocket player, to knock Dranistian down, before Dranistian becomes an actual problem. Of course, that just means Tar and the rear fort is free to build as many cannons for as cleanly as he wants, as unpunished as he wants, which is also a major threat. But if those rockets from Dranistian are permitted to stay alive, then Derbensine just dies. So those need to be kept in check. And the double cannon shells from Spirit Plancher's upper base seems to have locked out Dranistian by virtue of destroying one of those rockets. So Derbensine should be okay, at least from the rockets. And now they just have to worry about Tar, Pool Boy immediately retargets over to Tar, recognizing the situation. And now Tar is going to have to deal with suppression of his own. Now, of course, Tar is going up to 3 cannons, and as Buster is basically exactly where he wants to be. This is Tar's comfort zone. Allowed to have cannons, allowed to have just damage output.
I would never imagine Tar with less than 7 cannons.
He's going for it. He's got the base for it. Like, he's even building additional... Look at the large struts in the rear, getting himself some extra stability stuff.
So he can get the tower.
Yeah, it's gonna get big. It's gonna get real thick. So Pool Boy needs to do something about that. Dranistian is currently in check and is rebuilding his upgrade center. Oh yeah. Pool Boy's trying to keep Tar in check. It's He's not quite locked down, but it's a work in progress. So right now, the teams are kind of in a gridlock. Tar is being suppressed, but still has plenty of firepower. Pool Boy hasn't really been damaged, but could be blasted at any point in time. Dranistian and Derbensine, it's like a knife fight in a closet, but both of their knives have been disarmed, and they're trying to fix that problem. Like, Dranistian, yeah, he's
taking a lot of time to transition.
Yes, they're both kind of trying to transition into something. Derbensine's got a 20mm that just came online, so that's going to be relevant. Dranistian's trying to reconstruct the rockets. He's not transitioning so much as just rebuilding the rockets, trying to become that threat once again, which is a fine option. It's just going to take, you know, a bit of time, because Pool Boy knocked him down a peg or two with the whole destruction of his weaponry. So now Derbensi's got a 20mm, which is going to be very relevant here. At this range, the spread, the bloom effect in the 20mm isn't massive, so it tends to converge that damage quite neatly. So it's going to be a pretty rough impact for Dranistian to handle. Dranistian now has triple rocket again, but two of them are still EMPs. That short range, that close range 20mm is just rough. Okay. Yeah, this is everyone's just kind of slowly growing.
Oh,
Pool Boy up to and the crunch.
Wow.
Tar with just barely not enough armor. Triple cannon straight to the core, and it all comes crumbling down. Team Greenleaf is at an untenable deficit here. All those cannons, look at them. They're being re-angled, all those doors reconstructed so they can aim down to finish off. And there it goes. Death by deconstruction. Team Spirit Punisher wins round 1 in this best of 3. Well, that got exciting. I honestly didn't expect Tar to go down there. That was pretty rough. Could we get an instant replay on that? Because that was beautiful. So what happened there was Tar had solid defenses, but it was just barely not enough. And when I say just barely not enough, I mean he wasn't breached. It just took ever so slightly, just enough structural damage that the core, that the strut upon which the core was sitting, crunched and snapped, causing the core to detonate. As in, like, it was an internal collapse, not just an entire thing collapsing down. It applied just enough weight onto the core to cause it to detonate, which is wild. And I would like to see that in the replay. Look at that. It just explodes. Just right there. Just enough recoil on the fort. It was beautiful. God, that has to feel bad to be Tar in that situation. Then it all comes crumbling down. Death by letting it burn. Well, there you have it. Team Spirit Punisher wins round 1. Alright. Now it looks like we're good to go for round 2. I hope you guys are ready for it, because I know I am. So here we have, going into round 2, Team Spirit Punisher has 1 victory. So we're going into Skylines. So if Spirit Punisher wins this round, they will get a point and move on. Whereas Team Greenleaf well, they're looking to even the scores. So we're going to be going into Skylines. And I'm going to mention this as it actually happens, but Skylines is a map that is very well known for its co-op on death strategies. That is to say, I'm fully expecting there to be a... Oh, we have a disconnect.
Pause?
Technical difficulties.
Maybe restart, I guess.
Yeah, this is a restart.
Yeah.
Alright, minor technical difficulties. We'll give it a moment for the internet to return, and then we will be jumping into the action. Alright. Be careful, Nose, if you ready up.
And here we go again.
Alright, now we're off to round 2, part 2. Team Spirit Plancha versus Team Greenleaf. The sides are the same on this, as in we haven't had a swapping of the sides here.
Mm-hmm.
So it is Team Spirit Plancha on the left-hand side playing as the Moonshine Commander. You love to see it. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red, it is Team Greenleaf. So the Moonshine Commander is an interesting one. Moonshine Commander is the EMP Commander. Also comes with the benefit of shield doors, so it's got some fancy tech stuff. Are we going to see the core ejection already? No, not yet. Work in
I
progress.
would guess from Dronistian's side first, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like Dronistian's getting prepared a little bit faster than Derbensian. So, for those who are just tuning into the Forts Pro League, and you've missed all the wonderful videos that we've had so far, the Forts Pro League has a co-op on death feature. That is to say, when one core explodes, the player who is controlling that core now just controls, joins in with his teammate in controlling the other core. So this allows for a specific strategy where you purposefully eject your core, as we've seen here. You merge with your teammate and then just reconnect. This allows both teammates to now be playing what we call the co-op game mode, where they're both controlling the same fort. There are upsides and downsides to this, but generally speaking, with players that are this experienced at the video game, they know how to work together. They're on comms, they've practiced this. It just turns it into one giant fort where both players can watch over the entirety of the fort at the same time. And it does have some substantial benefits. There are of course downsides, namely that you only have one core, and therefore you lose all of the economy that the core comes with. And now that you only have one core, if that core goes for any reason, you just directly lose the game. So there's an upside and a downside, but this map is well known for its popularity of using the co-op on death strat. But it looks like we have some pretty samey builds for both teams here, slightly different implementations. The biggest difference so far is the existence of minigunners for Team Greenleaf. Whereas otherwise they're going for the exact same thing. We have turbines in the same locations, they're both going cannon tech. Team Greenleaf is slightly ahead of Team Spirit Plancha in terms of tech placement. Team Spirit Plancher is actually slightly ahead in terms of economic upgrades, which is kind of surprising given Greenleaf is the overdrive commander and gets upgrade bonuses. We also see minigunners coming out from Team Spirit Plancher. They aren't quite ready to go yet, but they do exist, which is a nice parallel. I was not kidding when I said that these are very samey builds with slightly different implementations.
I did not expect any miniguns from either side at the start of the game.
Yeah, I didn't either. Like, I've seen miniguns on this map before, like, they're fine. I'm not terribly surprised to see miniguns. I'm surprised to see miniguns from both sides is what surprised me. Like, seeing miniguns from the overdrive guy, like, okay, sure, whatever. Seeing miniguns from the Moonshine team, a little bit more surprising. Makes you wonder if it's one of the situations like, oh, you're building miniguns, I'm gonna build miniguns too, so ha! Makes me think that that's what's going on. But we do see the cannons. Oh, interesting. So Team Spirit Plancher has built their cannons in their cannon platform at a slant. This is usually done for the purposes of aiming at the lower core, but the lower core doesn't exist. So we'll see how that goes. Team Greenleaf is ahead in the initial cannon placement, but has fewer cannons placed than Team Spirit Plancher. The sniper comes with the miniguns now. Alright, so Team Green... Oh! Miniguns bouncing off of the sniper door, ricocheting into the back of the... Hello? Into the back of the...
We have some echo going on?
Yeah, give me a second. Into the back of Greenleaf's core, knocking it down to 30%, which is wild. You don't see that every day. It has happened before, but this is one of the instances where co-op on death is a risk, where if something happens, if for any reason you lose your core, it is the end. It is over, and Team Greenleaf is down to 30% in their final remaining core, which is not the world you want to live in. Like, you cannot sustain chip damage. Usually you want to have at least a buffer of health. Like, you know, health is a resource. Health is an important resource, and it can be spent. And if you don't have health to spend, well, you're in danger. So Team Greenleaf cannot take any more risks with their core. Just getting slightly penetrated at all through the front of their armor and splashing the core can result in death for Team Greenleaf just because of that ricocheted minigun. Oh boy. Yeah, so the Team Greenleaf, despite having access to their cannons earlier, have had to deal with an EMP lockout. Look at that, here it comes again. And just like that, all of those cannons are EMP'd. Team Greenleaf has been unable to fire their weapons, and it's resulted in Team Spirit Plancher just having uncontested damage output, which is not the world you want to live in. That's 2 cannons, 3 heavy mortars, and a 20mm just splashing damage all over Team Greenleaf's base, and that's a lot of repair build just waiting to happen. Or should I say, happening right now. There's the return fire. Team Greenleaf manages to get some damage output and gets immediately EMP'd for their troubles.
They are really delaying their cannon shots to make sure that the EMP effect lasts the longest possible.
Yeah,
which is something that I want to see more often.
it's good. It works. I mean, it's the whole reason why we very often see 20mm used with the Moonshine Commander. It's just such a good lockout tactic. Oh, Team Greenleaf, their doors haven't been penetrated. Like, credit to them, they're defending efficiently. They've got the eco to rebuild, and they're throwing in those sandbags at every possible moment up. Oh, that's big. If only they had the cannon follow-up. Miniguns! The miniguns take it!
It was the whole plan all along.
Beginning to understand, beginning to believe in the power of the miniguns. Yeah, Team Spirit Plancher just takes a nasty hit. For all the lockdown, Spirit Plancher does not have the firepower advantage. The firepower advantage still goes to Team Greenleaf off the back of the howitzer and just multiple heavier cannons. The 20mm, as much as they deal a lot of damage, they don't have that penetrative power or the raw explosive damage of the howitzer. So they're just a little bit behind in the damage output potential, even if they are ahead in the crowd control. And so far, up until that moment, it had been working out for them, but Team Greenleaf managed to get all their shots into that one spot and snipe out Spirit Plancher's 20mm, or at least one of their 20mm. They have another one. Surprise, surprise, they built a new one. But speaking of building a new one, looks like they're going to be firing it here in a second. But Team Greenleaf is also ready to fire. So it's going to come down to, will Spirit Plancher EMP the entirety of Greenleaf, or will Greenleaf blast a new hole in Spirit Plancher first? It's going to come down to just who pulls the trigger first. I think it's going to be, it's going to be Spirit Plancher. Team Greenleaf is suffering some major energy issues at this point in time. They're kind of sort of unable to fire everything. But there's just, look at that, there's just not enough EMP. Team Greenleaf's howitzer remains, oh, okay, there it is. The mortar's coming at the EMP and lock out the doors. That's more like it. Now, there's the howitzer. It gets across. Gets caught by the background bracing. But a focus fire of cannons brings Spirit Plancher's cannon, well, completely exposed. Just the AP sniper's been a menace the entire game, and is still going.
Greenleaf finally has enough energy to constantly fire their weapons.
They do, up to 1k energy per second during Commander active, which is still not quite enough to fire the weapons consistently. But it's a good start. God, that's just so much damage out. That's just so many different cannons. So much raw damage output from Team Greenleaf. Team Spirit Plancher hasn't managed to match them yet, but they are constructing a howitzer. It's a work in progress. Oh, trying to use the 20mm to keep that howitzer locked down. It's not enough this time. First howitzer flies out of Team Spirit Plancher and massive damage. The howitzer makes it across. Do we need to pause here?
No, I don't think. Wait.
Okay. Yes, we do. Yep, pause,
Oh, wow.
pause.
I don't even...
Okay, well, interestingly enough, I didn't DC, just about everyone else did. I think only Tar...
I think everyone is back.
Yes, I think it was, of the players, I think it was only Tar who DC'd.
Me as well.
Yep. No, well, in the players.
Yeah, just about everyone else DC'd, like all the spectators and such.
Alright, let's go again.
Alrighty.
Yes.
Let's do this. And we're off. Oof. Pain. So what happened there, just before the lag spike, is Team Greenleaf got blasted by a howitzer. The howitzer opened things up, and then Team Spirit Plancher just, well, they focused fire with a 20mm and a pair of cannons, and knocked out the entire lower weapons array for Team Greenleaf, and that's really painful for Team Greenleaf. Now, Greenleaf is, they still have good weapons. It's not like they're defanged, but they got entirely knocked out of the lower elements in this, and that's gonna cause a huge problem. Now, Team Spirit Plancher took some serious risks for that. As you can see, there is quite literally still an exposed 20mm, just right here. So this is not a clean victory for Team Spirit Plancher, at least in that particular engagement. But it is certainly at their advantage. And it's a lot of damage for both sides, but Team Spirit Plancher is able to weather the storm, and Team Greenleaf is falling apart. Ooh, sniper anti-air, classic. Love to see it. I'm surprised that 20mm hasn't been found yet. Oof. God, that howitzer just keeps cutting deep, but it's being caught. That background bracing is placed there specifically to catch those howitzer rounds. And it's working. It's keeping Team Spirit Plancher alive, or at least in this game, just by virtue of adequately, or at least efficiently defending. And now Team Spirit Plancher's sending some rounds toward Greenleaf's core. Another mine is lost. Team Greenleaf gets slapped by a cannon again. Economic damage is economic damage. It's good damage every time. Looks like Team Greenleaf had to sell off a cannon in production just to keep it alive without having secondary explosions. I love seeing the minigunners used like this, especially at this stage of the game. It's not very often you see them used effectively, but this is one of those times. Another mine goes down. Team Greenleaf is being picked apart, shot by shot. Like, they're weathering the storm, but it's a slow and gradual decline. Gosh, and they just have so much firepower, so it's just an absolute slugfest. I do believe Team Spirit Plancher is making the right call here. Aiming for the economy, trying to break the mines, trying to get economic damage done so they can get ahead and slowly whittle down Team Greenleaf, but...
Yes, they are making slow but consistent progress.
It is. It is slow, consistent, and noticeable progress. And they are absolutely taking damage along the way, just getting blasted every 30 seconds or so, just on cooldown. Howitzer doesn't make it this time. Oh. Wondering if that cannon could have penetrated and made it to the eco again. I don't think so, but it was close. Ooh! A big hit. That is a lot of damage. Team Spirit Plancher loses a chunk of their upper weapons platform. That's going to set them back a ways. Triple cannon doesn't quite make the merge. But splashes onto armor anyways. Oh, now it's Team Greenleaf's turn to aim for the eco. And it's damaged, and there it is. One mine goes down. Can they get the second? I don't think so. I think the spot defenses for Team Spirit Plancher is enough to defend their economy in the upper elements. Oh, but the howitzer hits. Oof. Big hits, lots of damage all around. Oh. A door snipe with the howitzer explodes inside Team Spirit Plancher's middle elements of the fort, but doesn't break anything, just causes a huge swath of deformation. Oh dear. It's just so much. There's just so much activity happening every which way. I don't want to zoom in on any one component because there's just like shots on top, shots on bottom, shots across the middle. It's everywhere. And that EMP for Team Spirit Plancher just constantly locking things down. That's got to be so frustrating to be Team Greenleaf, just having your weapons just shut down so very often. Looks like Team Greenleaf failing to keep up with the APM just a little bit. The incendiary mortar actually dealing some damage there and burning out some of the anti-air. Oh, a huge hit. Just a drop shot from on high. Team Spirit Plancher loses a cannon from their upper cannon platform. You know, Team Spirit Plancher... I was about to say, Team Spirit Plancher was doing a very good job of slowly whittling down Team Greenleaf, but they are doing that. They are still doing that. While Team Greenleaf is slowly and gradually winning the upper fight, they just got completely reset in the lower component again. 3 more mines destroyed for Team Greenleaf, a howitzer, a cannon, and mortar. Like the entire lower platform just got wiped, and Team Greenleaf is having to reconstruct it all over again. Yeah, that's painful. Team Spirit Plancher is, they're out for blood. By blood, I mean, they're out for the core. Another heavy hit. I think at the end of this match, all players involved are going to be exhausted. I don't know what game theory will look like, but after game 2, it's gonna be fought with exhaustion. Look at that, Team Greenleaf just rebuilding another howitzer in the lower weapons platform. Massive hit. Oh, that's it. Greenleaf is alive. Greenleaf is not alive. And there it is. Howitzer from below. Team Spirit Plancher wins it in catastrophic fashion.
What a
winning 2-0 over their opponents here. That was grueling is what that was. Holy smokes. Very, very well played. Team Spirit Plancher defeating Team Greenleaf 2-0. Now that was wild. I want to see that replay because that was so much crunching happening all at once. Look at it. It all just comes crumbling down. Even the core completely exposed, and then, well, the 20 mil for the finish. Beautiful. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Team Spirit Plancher taking victory here in this round. I believe we have a couple minute break before the next round. So make sure to grab your drinks, grab your snacks, because we've got a couple minutes here before we start out the next round, and I will see you guys shortly. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. So at the end, or rather should I say, just before our break, we had Team Spirit Plancher versus Team Greenleaf, where Spirit Plancher won 2-0 over their opponents in quite dramatic fashion. After quite, exhausting rounds. If you guys are just tuning in now, you're going to want to watch that one, because that was madness. That whole thing was beautiful from start to finish, both rounds. And next up will be Team French Fries versus... This name scares me. There are a few names that concern me. It was one of the French teams that concerned me, and this one, I think, are the two biggest offenders to my tongue. I don't know what to do with that combination of syllables. It just doesn't...
I think this is meant to be Team Giftgeier.
Yes.
Okay.
Giftgeier.
Sure.
It's easy enough.
It works.
I'm gonna have to practice this one because it's the E-I-E sound that I'm not practiced with, as well as the gisht. The gisht. It's like the Giftgeier. I think that's it. It's not gonna happen when I try to pronounce it when I'm speaking with any kind of speed. It's not gonna happen. Anyways, it is Nils and I am myself versus Pile Roulé. Peel is another name that gets me. Just because it's... My English brain wants to read that as pile, and it just... every time, it gets me. But... Pile Roulé,
yes,
and Caraba of Team the French Fries. Good lord. Alright, so we do see Skylines banned this time, so no co-op on Death's Dread on that map in particular. Be Team Snow Leopards 2v2 for the first, and then Vanilla Large. The Snow Leopards is relatively uncommon for a pick. I think it's the slicing and double collapse that makes it less appealing to most players. And the decider, if it comes to it, will be on Caverns. Alright, and now let's check out our commander bands. Seep and Overdrive both banned. Seep banned. Fascinating. They're really not into getting missile rushed, it would seem. Just right till the Buster Rush comes out. It's rockets, but more! Otherwise a fairly popular spread of commanders. Shakana is a little bit of the unusual side, but not terribly so. That is one thing I do like about forts. All the commanders are known, all the commanders are popular of their own degree. Like, none of them are really completely left behind. They all have their use. It's just some are used much, much more than others. But it looks like we're about ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know which is your favorite team. Are you here for Team Giftgeier or Team the French Fries? Which side of the border are you on? As the players are ready, the match is made. Let's do this. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kick it off. And we're off to round 1 in this best of 3. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Giftgeier playing as the Spook Commander. Spook Commander, fascinating as it were. Gives a lot of information about the opponent's starting forts and such. So we do expect to see them kind of sort of knowing what the Team French Fries is going to do. It is worth noting that Team French Fries is playing as the Shakana Commander. So there is some notable degree of cheese. What is happening? Oh no. Are you good? There's no way.
I know.
So this is either going to
happen.
end. This is either going to end at like the 2-minute mark, or it's just going to be, or it's going to end at the 5-minute mark when the French fries die. They're doing it. They're doing it. It's here. It's happening.
Care to explain? Are they gonna swing?
It's a trebuchet. A catapult.
Yeah,
I guess, is
trebuchet
probably
would be a
better.
good word.
Trebuchet. I think catapult is a better description, but they're weaponizing their core.
Slingshot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess a slingshot's a good one. Here, watch this. They're kicking it off here. Watch this.
Go.
No way.
Go.
He makes it.
Do it.
There's no way.
Oh my god! He lands the shot.
I can't believe it.
What just happened? Oh my god! I have not seen this in a real match yet. I have never seen this outside a sandbox. Holy smokes! And there it is, a clean wipeout. Team Gishgeier gets blasted, losing their lower core, and the French fries, they have fully operational bases because they're Shakara and they can build. Oh my god!
I am crying right now.
That was classic. I've never seen that before.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, I've not in a competitive environment.
God. That's wild. I have never seen that outside of sandbox. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen attempts of it before, but never successfully outside of sandbox.
This was so clean.
That was that could not have gone better for Team French Fries here. That is wild.
Wow.
Holy smoke. All Gisht has to their name is a token EMP. I have no more words to say. There is nothing left, but I'm already... The French fries have won the game. That's it. That's all there is. That's all there is to say. That's... Not only have they won, as far as I'm concerned, the entire game, but they're so wonderfully far ahead in this round in particular. Like it's not even close. Like the Team Gisht has been set back to the Dark Ages, like to pre-Dark Age time, whereas French Fries, they have everything they want, I guess, except heavy weapons tech, but only because they've chosen not to have it. Like they could have had it if they wanted to. They chose not to, and that's all there is to it. Like they're going late game with this. They're upgrading all their mines, whereas Team Gisht is literally building their basic mines to start with. Oh no. Oh, it's bad. Oh no. Oh yes. This is gonna be one of those legendary moments that will never. This is it. This is peak. It's not getting better. It's all downhill from here.
I wonder how much timing that required, because I figure the setup is pretty consistent. Otherwise, they wouldn't try it. But that still looks insane.
Yeah, no, it's like nearly frame perfect. It's really tight timing. Like it is really tight timing. Like it is madness. It is absolute craziness.
I was just watching the the reaction on on the delayed stream, and so they've just seen what just happened, and it's just a stream of oh my god.
It's just I am at a loss for words. You know, funny enough, Team Gisht is actually relatively on par with Team French Fries for their heavy weapons tech. The difference is that the Team French Fries also have fully upgraded mines, fully upgraded economy, and also nukes already in production, like just about to complete. And like they are miles ahead of Team Gisht here, and they're just drawing the game out because they can. Like, if Team Gisht, so very technically, Team Gisht has a chance to come back here because Team French Fries has allowed them to get weapons. And weapons can deal damage, and where damage can be dealt, the game can be won. We've seen it time and again. It's just a sniper gets a door snipe or something of the sort happens and it just turns the game around. But Team French Fries, they are so far ahead. I do not foresee Team Gisht here with any kind of victory so much as just going out with a bang at best. At least in this round. Oh, smells. Seeing group fire buzzsaws still feels weird. I feel exhausted just looking at that. Like, I don't know what else to say beyond that was ridiculous. That was absolutely insane, and I loved every second of it. Gee, holy smokes. Just that entire extrusion is gone. Well, Team French Fries now has 2 nukes and 2 swarms, both portaled, ready to go. They don't have really other weapons. I mean, they've got fire beams in production that are about to finish up. I'm guessing they're just gonna wait for the nukes to finish, or for the fire beams to finish, and then launch the nukes just to get some coverage. Like, this is crazy. Like, you thought particle accelerator tech was madness? This is madness. Whew, just going plasma beam, fire beam directly to the core, not even trying to cover for the nukes. Just means that the nukes are gonna fly next here at about 10 seconds when the fire beam is ready to go. Oh no. Now, when I said 10 seconds, I was expecting it to be somewhere between like 10 to 15 seconds, but no. No, they haven't fired it yet. Okay, there we go. There it is. I think those nukes are gonna make it across. One of them does. And fire beams in all fields, burning many components of Gisht's base. Sniper on sniper violence. The Team French Fries has access to their commander ability again, so they can do fire beam, plasma beam combo at their leisure. They have shut down the portals. I think they're just struggling for energy production. And it looks like Gishtgeir has correctly understood there's a lot of energy weapons involved, so they've added energy shields to all of their important components. So the fire beam and plasma beam will not be breaking, or at least will not be doing critical damage. But it doesn't have to deal critical damage because those nukes exist. And those nukes, they can deal critical damage. God, Gishguy's base is so big now. Like, actually just bigger than the French fries. Oh, a beautiful counter strike. Gishguyr slaps those nukes out of the sky as they're launching, wiping out French fries' weapons grid there, at least in the lower component. Everyone is saying, hey, you know, Gishguyr, they can go out with a bang. They can fire back. They have weapons, and where there's weapons, there's a hope. Well, they just knocked out French fries' weapons. So, French fries are gonna have to do a bit of reconstruction here, which they'll be able to do quite quickly. Getting perforated by plasma beams. Here goes another launch. Fire beams protect. Nuke lands. The core is struck. Gishguy's core is on fire. It's burning. Goes down to 85%. Gosh. The French fries up to 747 energy per second. That's just so many turbines. Like, it's so many turbines that the French fries' base is looking like it's gonna crunch under its own weight. Gishguyr are starting to develop swarm portal nukes of their own. They're only just starting, so it's going to be a couple minutes before those are ready to go. But it is the direction in which Gishguyr is going. That's 4 of them. That's a lot. Just so many snipers, just a wall of snipers just face tanking the buzzsaws. It's working. Oof. That's a lot of damage. Is it? It isn't actually a lot of damage. This is one of those instances where 20mm for out-of-team French fries would be wonderful. They do it again, knocking those nukes out of the sky. Ooh, exposed fire beam. You know, the French fries, they're struggling to get anything done here. Team Gishguyr, they're just kind of picking the French fries apart, shot by shot. It's, yeah, French fries loses two fire beams in that exchange. Like, yeah, sure, the French fries just have an overwhelming material advantage. It's just, they're getting picked apart pretty quick here. Like, surprisingly so. This is where you chain fire those nukes.
Yeah, they only fight first one in this silo.
Yes, which is very wise. Very, very wise.
It's a lot of buzzsaws.
It is a lot. It is both a lot of buzzsaws and not enough. Like, that is some chunky structure out of Team Gishguyr.
Comically large amount of buzzsaws.
More plasmas required.
This match is going longer than I was expecting it to. After that
yes.
intro.
Oh yes. Well, the moment I saw that the French fries are going for full upgraded mines, like I knew it was going to be a slugfest. I was kind of expecting the French fries to be a little bit more, I'm going to say, oppressive with their firepower. They didn't quite manage it. Mostly because Team Gisht is just picking them apart. Like, they've lost their fire beams a couple of times now. Their nukes keep getting shut down. They've nearly lost the nukes entirely because they just lost the portals as they were getting launched. Like, Gisht is just kind of... Look, there goes another 2 more fire beams gone. 3 more fire beams gone. Like, this... There's a lot of damage is what that is. Like, yeah, sure, Gisht just tanked 4 plasma rounds, but they lost 3 of them in the process. Like, that was not a positive exchange for the French fries. Gisht is very slowly making up the material. Very, very, very slowly. But it's happening. There's another clean shutdown. The French fries and nukes have been utterly incapable of making it across the board. Honestly, a transition to cannons here out of Team French fries would be wonderful. It's just the snipers and the lasers from Team Gisht are just very strong. Like, they're very good at door sniping and very good at pinpoint damage. Oh god, there goes another one. Oh no. Those portals are not safe. But Gisht doesn't have the plasma to defend against the nukes this time. Those nukes are probably gonna make it. They do. That's the damage they needed. Ooh, yeah, okay. That's some game-changing amount of damage there. Team French fries managing to land their shots. Actually dealing a massive amount of damage. All that work that Gishtgire was doing to make a comeback here basically just got reset.
And the nukes now can go clean through.
Yes, there's not nearly enough ants here to prevent the French fries nukes from getting through, and they do. Now the French fries are just burning whatever they want. So what they want to burn is, at this point, everything. Gishtgire is retaliating with nukes of their own, but there's a lot of ants here on the board. Oh. It makes it across, but it's only 1 nuke, which isn't enough to break the French fries. They just kind of face tank it with no real consequence. One of the benefits of having this much time and resources spent on a frankly ridiculously sized base is they can just face tank a nuke and not care. Well, that's another fire beam gone. The sniping from Team Gisht has been toppest tier. Like, absolutely toppest tier. I like the mild dusting of machine guns. It's very effective. Just the raw quantity of anti-air coming out of Team French fries shuts down the entirety of Gishtgire's missile swarms. Missile launch. It's just too much. Honestly, I would like to see another Dustin with those machine guns. Like, bring the miniguns out again. Those worked. Those worked really well. Look! Machine guns are working again. Wiping all those snipers out. You can't counter-snipe if you don't have snipers. Another complete shutdown. The French fries unable to get their nukes across again. Oh, well, that's a beautiful fire beam. One nuke makes it across, another gets sniped.
I think they lost Silo.
They did.
Snipe with the portal.
They absolutely did. Which is going to set them back substantially, but they'll survive. Has been the status of this game for a while. I still maintain that I would like to see cannons out of Team French fries. Get some consistent damage in, as opposed to taking the risk, because as it stands, Team Gisht is just kind of... I don't want to say outclassing French fries, but it's... They're playing very effectively and efficiently with their current weapon set. Namely snipers and machine gunners, and is kind of completely locking down the French fries' aggression. Near completely locking it down. Oh, there it is. How are you alive? You aren't. Okay. After what was probably the single most exciting start to a match, the French fries finally bring it home.
Yeah, what a start. That was an amazing start. And then an overly long death.
Yes. Holy smokes. That's beautiful. It's all beautiful, all of it. An entire catapult. Just core launcher.
Look at that. It is spectacular.
It is. It's just, and it was perfectly aimed. That is. I'm speechless. That's what it is.
Yep. Very entertaining.
A very well-deserved win in round 1 for Team French Fries here. Alrighty. Give us a moment while we set up for round 2. So we'll be heading back to, I believe, Vanilla. That is crazy. You know, I half expected them to do the same thing, but with barrels, because you can do the same thing with barrels. It's basically the same setup. It's just like at different timings and such, because it's different weights, different sizes, different mass with the barrel versus the core. And I'm guessing they just didn't practice doing it with barrels instead of the core. Because you can do the same thing with barrels. It's not as, explosive as the core. But you can have multiple barrels.
Mm.
All right, well, we're just about set up here for the next round. So I hope you guys are excited because this has been an exciting matchup so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this one goes. Honestly, in round 2, I think I would favor Team Gisht over French Fries, but good God, did the French Fries deserve to win round 1?
Yeah,
and they
like
did.
You say, Gishgire. I mean, considering how they were attacked like that, they put up a good fight. You know, I thought they actually could have swung it the other way. Yeah, it was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I said it at the beginning because that's. They had a chance to come back theoretically. It's just they were so far behind that it just unlikely to happen. But now we're off to round 2. Team French Fries versus Team Gishgire.
Looks like Team 2 will be doing some regular co-op on death strats.
You'll love to see it.
Today we learned that you don't have to swing your core to do co-op on death.
Yeah, no, you just, launch it at your opponent. Oh my god. Yeah, so we're seeing some, I'm going to describe as fairly normal strats here. Team French Fries are going with the pinch fist option, whereas Team Gishtgire is going with the hurricane option. I believe we're going to see some co-op on death action from Team Gisht here. I think you can lose a mine in this lineup, right? Like maybe not 2 mines, but almost certainly lose 1 mine out of this, I think. Unless he's not going for co-op on death and is just going for some mad lean here.
No, I think it will just front swing.
Okay, front swing, yeah. I was like, it's like, wait a minute.
Yep.
Yeah, ejection, there it is. Well done, well done. A clean ejection, no damage received. Team Gishtgire is now a single fort, sprawling out over two bases. But on the other side, Team French Fries is bringing forth the heavy mortars. Going double heavy mortar. Both players going heavy mortar. They have snipers to suppress and mortars to launch. This is a mortar strat that I like. It is very safe, very effective. It's hard to break. Really, it's the AP sniper that is the vulnerability of this. Are they selling off their mortars already? Is this just what? Okay, well.
Yep.
They are pinch fist. They do whatever they want.
This is true.
They have forced some machine gunners in their opponent, so that's a win.
I guess, like, you say that, but Team Gishtgire already has a completed heavy weapons tech, and Team French Fries is only just placing theirs down. Like, that's not a good trade.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy.
Well,
They
let's see how
didn't
it
get
goes
the
next.
damage done they needed. Yeah. Okay, so this game's gonna go on for a bit longer, as now both teams are going for heavy weapons. French Fries almost getting wiped.
Uh-oh.
Nah, they're
No, it's all good.
It's they're
That was
okay.
close.
They just got real greedy, almost buzzsawed out of the game, and then AP sniped also almost out of the game. Yeah, Team French Fries is putting it behind. Saying that they are behind is a bit of an understatement, and they're going to get mortared. Team Gisht got mortared and said, "Nah, we're gonna hit you with those." Okay. There are those mortars.
Yep.
Karaba is just shy of death here. Like, that was one mortar strike away from elimination. But the French Fries have, I believe, adequate anti-air here to defend themselves now. So they should be okay. Karaba's gonna take a couple more hits, but nothing he can't sustain. That said, Kishkaya has just brought up triple minigunners. And they are hurricane minigunners, which means even more rate of fire. Which is, you know, beautiful. Karaba's gonna get reset, like, to the Dark Ages here. Yeah, he uses all of his turbines, and those are gonna start aiming at the... Oh, they're not going for the sandbags? Okay. Ooh, yep, that's what I was worried about. Another volley like that just ends.
This might be
just
it.
ends Karaba. Is that it?
Yep.
Yep, that's it. They might be able to reconnect here if they're quick. They do reconnect, but will it burn? They were a little delayed, so there's going to be some burning. We see some collapsing components, but they catch it. And so the French Fries don't lose the entirety of their fort. Oh, the sniping from Gishtgeir. The French Fries just lose their plasma. That's it. Like, they don't have their heavy weapons anymore. And now Gishtgeir's cannon has come online. The French Fries has just about nothing. Yeah, they're selling off their fire beam, but they can't defend it. They're selling it off just to, you know, not lose it. Whereas Gishtgeir is electing to not use their cannons because they don't need to, I think. Whereas the French Fries is just struggling to survive. So, I want to point this out. Gishtgeir is taking the opportunity to sell off some of their weapons down here and specifically reinforce this component. They had the presence of mind to prioritize defenses just to prevent the French Fries from doing anything. Like, even if the French Fries were to have some surprise heavy weapon right now, Gishtgeir is immune to that to that just surprise hit. Because they have the presence of mind to recognize that they are under-defended in a few spots, and they just fixed that problem. Even at the cost of, you know, losing a minigunner. I love to see it.
The bait mortar goes so hard.
It really does. Some well-aimed well-aimed heavy mortars for the follow-up are landing their hits. Yeah, the French Fries are down to 0 turbines right now. It's a rough way to live. So those heavy mortars are homing in on the core. The French Fries do not have the energy production to upkeep their metal, to keep up with the metal income, so they're having to sell their mines just so that they can reconstruct anything. The French Fries are in the death spiral at this point, and Team Gishtgeir is drowning them one shot at a time. Mortars are overpinning the base. You'll love to see it. French Fries trying to go for the door snipe. They don't make it this time. And that may be their only real chance here, is they're selling off more mines just to get a little bit more energy production.
Yeah, they would need to get the bottom door snipe.
Yes, they would need to get the bottom doorstep, and I mean, they have the angle on that, I think. Oh, but Gishtkaier is not having it. They know where that plasma is, and they're just gonna hang on the snipers. Just like, no, every time you open the door, we're gonna snipe that thing. Which, they've consistently done through both matches so far. Like, they've got so much sniper firepower hitting that door that they're actually just gonna break the door. Like, they're actually breaking the door with the amount of sniper hitting that door. Which is a rough position to be in if you're the French fries right now, because having that, using that plasma, I think they are literally going to break that door with the snipers.
I mean, they have to not prepare, otherwise they will miss the opportunity.
I mean, with this much sniper power hitting that, yeah, that door's gone. You don't see that every day. They're just digging through with the snipers, digging through metal with snipers. You do not see that every day, but oh, there it is. Yeah, so this is kind of how I expected this round to go. After the performance in last round, Team Gishtkaier is just their map control with snipers and miniguns and machine guns and such, and low tier weapons, is just so strong that it's difficult to see this round going any other way for so long as Gishtkaier is permitted to exist. The first round, they were not permitted to exist, like, at all, so the French fries won that one. But this round,
they're angry.
They are very angry. And they are taking it out on Team French fries here.
He drank some violence milk.
Mm-hmm.
Never heard that phrase before.
It's a good way to put it. God, that plasma beam is down to 2 doors. It had like 5 at one point. Oh,
Last man here.
It worked. It'll keep them alive. But they don't get a door snipe out of
30 seconds.
it. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, they don't get a door snipe out of it. Without the door snipe, then there's no surviving the long term without the door snipe, so... Plasma beam down to a single door. At least the French fries actually have energy production now. They did manage to get some turbines behind a block of wood. So they'll be able to get some energy production out of it. As Gishtkaier is just not firing their cannons right now.
Yeah.
Well, now that the plasma's been
for the
fired...
plasma shots. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they're waiting for the plasma, so now that that's been fired, we're gonna see those cannons come out now.
They are not taking chances.
I mean, they don't need to.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
The only way the French fries comes back here is if Gishtkaier gets door sniped, so they just don't have to. And those heavy mortars will end the game eventually. It'll take a while, but it'll do it. The howitzer isn't at risk of being door sniped, so they can just plink away with that as well, even though it's not consistent damage, and the French fries have knocked it out of the sky a couple times. Oh, there goes the plasma. So now we're going to see the cannons just come to bear. And full force. Also, second howitzer online.
Going somewhere.
And it's going to the next round is where it's going. You know, Gishtkaier, with 900 energy per second, doesn't have enough energy to upkeep all their weapons, so the cannons just aren't firing because they don't have the energy for it. Those mortars. Just chunking away. Could use a little bit more power on those mortars. The French fries are being whittled down. As you can see, they don't have the economy. They don't have the metal to rebuild. So they're trying to rebuild, but it's delaying the inevitable. They've been in the death spiral for a hot minute here. And there it is. And just like that, Team Gichtgeier wins this round, bringing them 1-1, an even score. Well, that got interesting. So now we're going to go on to the decider. The tiebreak between Team Gichtgeier and Team the French Fries. I want to see some replays of that. So, the first fort went down in kind of dramatic fashion. By that I mean just mortars directly on top of the core. Insufficiently defended by virtue of there being, you know, a lot of firepower incoming. Not enough anti-air. That goes down. And the second core died slowly off the back of, you know, a whole heap load of cannon fire. The final round, the final shot was a buzzsaw, but could have been anything at that point. Yeah, honestly, that one's kind of satisfying. I like that one. It just crumbles in this quite an enjoyable, pleasant fashion. So now we're going to head on to the final round here. At least the final round in this best of 3. I still suspect Team Gichtgeier will come out on top, unless the French fries have some super cheese, which they certainly do have. I was gonna say, like, that is well within their capabilities. But I think Gichtgeier is just mechanically a bit stronger. So we'll see how this one turns out. I certainly want to know. I want to know real hard. Good lord. This is madness. Alright, looks like we're just about ready to go. So strap in, because we're heading off to round 3. Alright, I want to see your guys' clips of that core catapult, because that is going in the highlight reel forever.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question from chat. What is the most slept on strategy? Core catapult.
Yeah.
Definitely core catapult.
Core catapult, core flick, what do you want to call it?
Slingshot.
I think slingshot. I like slingshot. It has that elastic launch property.
Mm-hmm. Because I think what happens is that they add some more weight so that the front rope gets tense, and then the other one breaks somehow.
Yes.
And so they get propelled.
Mechanically, the extra weighted rope breaks first.
Yes.
So what ends up happening is the they have it set so that it launches kind of automatically. All they have to do is catch it, or at least catch the rope as it's flying and delete it, so that it is able to fly freely. It's just the timing. The timing on this synchronous delete is intense.
Apparently, it was mentioned that he practiced like 100 times a day to warm up.
Yeah, I don't doubt that, not for a second. I'd be surprised if he didn't. Like, that is the kind of thing. That is one of those, like, perfect... It's like near frame perfect kind of deal. Like, it's close. And if you get it off by, like, a pixel even, it launches at a slightly different pattern, and then you just don't get the... You don't get the kill or whatnot. Like, it is... It is incredibly precise. It's like the whole, if you remember doing the science with the particle accelerators, you have, you know, these quite literally sub-pixel setups, where it is sub-pixel perfection required. It is.
At least we have now perfected accelerators to be more lenient.
Yes, yes. They say that, but some of them use overlapping struts that that aren't exactly more lenient. And those have been all the craze these days. Of all the accelerators. You know, you don't often see braking, I guess that's not true. We still see braking accelerators, so they're just more consistent, but the non-braking ones
are better because you can fit more various projectiles in there.
Yeah, you can all the other features of them are nicer. They break easier, they require more precision, they're not as forgiving, but they're kind of better in every other way.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes them appealing. But you know, if you're on a boat or something and trying to get a particle accelerator going, the whole...
I have tried that before.
Yeah, the non-braking ones don't work so much there. Well, off here in round 3, we're at a pretty standard like start. We've got Gishtgeyer on the left-hand side playing as the Pinch Fist Commander. French Fries on the right playing as Warthog. French Fries going with the token EMP start. Gishtgeyer is using the sniper to snipe the EMP projectiles out of the sky. The EMP launcher itself managing to survive. Sniper war happens between French Fries and Gishtgeyer. Gishtgeyer managing to win the sniper war, unsurprising given the trend. I'd say probably the most surprising thing given the trend, is that the EMP launcher itself is somehow still alive and hasn't been sniped.
First howitzer placed. And Karaba with his usual swarms on top of mines.
Yes, this is where the strategies are diverging. For Gishtgeyer, you have a more traditional standard style play with one howitzer and with plasma beam, fire beam support, whereas the French Fires are going with fire beam, plasma beam support with portal nukes. Interestingly enough, despite nukes traditionally being a mid-game style weapon, portal nukes in this map do tend to come out later than your heavy weapons. They're a bit more expensive as well, requiring multiple sets of portals to function. So it's going to be a slow and expensive strat, but they're nukes, so they deal a lot of damage in the land, and they're incredibly safe because those nukes are sat behind and on top of the economy, so they're like deep in there, they're not really exposed to anything.
And they don't take up mine spots.
Yeah, and they don't take up mine spots. Like, they're just consistent, they're hard to break, they deal a lot of damage, and when you have fire beam support, they tend to be decently consistent. Whereas on the other hand, Gishtgeyer is just building cannons, just gonna shoot the French Fries and try to end the game. And that's how that works. Now, I am wondering if Gishtgeyer is going to be able to deal critical damage before those nukes come out. As Gishgeier's howitzers coming online right now. And the French fries are not really prepared to defend against it. I mean, they should survive the howitzer itself. Maybe not the follow-up, depending on a few other, like, where it hits and such. But Gishgeier does have the opportunity to fire first. And I suspect they're going to want to do that. The question is, will they do that now, or are they going to wait for additional weaponry to come online first, is my question. And the answer is firing right now. And there's the follow-through. Looks like they're trying to all merge their shots. Didn't quite land it. Peel loses a bunch of turbines in the turbines for the strike, but honestly, not the most damage. Like that's a fine trade for sustaining an alpha strike of that power.
Chat saying, call it the core yeet.
Of course they are. This is why chat isn't allowed to name things. And the sniper trade. In the sniper duel, no one wins. And looks like Gishgeier just kind of hanging on their weapons for the... Ah, there it is. I was going to say, they're waiting for all the weapons to come off cooldown. And they did. And there they go.
Yeah.
Peel's core exposed and finished.
Nice.
Beautiful focus fire.
Yep.
French fries lose a player. And this is what I was talking about with the portal nukes. The portal nukes they're just about online. He's activating them kind of nowish. But at this point, it's already kind of sort of too late. The French fries have already lost a player, which is not the world you want to live in, especially when that player is the one who's providing this map control to enable your nukes to land in the first place. Because without Peel in the lower position, those nukes, you just expect them not to make it across. Like, they need the fire beams here. The Gishgeier is going to have anti-air, they're going to have anti-nuke technology, and they're going to get shut down an overwhelming majority of the time. Unless Peel exists. And Peel no longer exists. The question is, will they be able to do it anyways? Will they be able to land those nukes? And I doubt it. It's not impossible. I simply doubt it. I have the energy to fire. Fire they will. Yeah, clean
get
shutdown.
countered the will.
Yeah, that's just instantly shut down. Didn't even give him a chance. You know, I wonder if a sniper from below has an angle on those portals in the core.
Nah, I think it's too sharp.
I agree, but I've been wrong before.
That's true. Yeah, we both have.
Howitzer from below does some good damage. I think he's not going to follow up. He's going to deal with the nukes. Ooh, extra nuke damage. A couple swarm missiles make it across this time. The nukes don't.
If they want to be extra fancy, they should time the lasers a bit before so that the nukes still have time to collide with their own fort.
Yeah, that would be fancy. So technically they did that this time. And the nukes did collide with their own fort. It just collided in a region that didn't really matter.
Yeah, I think this is too sharp.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's no angle chance. Like, maybe if they dangled really low, but they're not gonna do that.
Poly Bridge fashion.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Oh no. I see a
Another
Magna
sniper
Beam.
slain. I do. I do like the Magna Beam choice here, because Gishgai's lower cannons are struggling to land their hits up top. Magna Beam is going to help with that dramatically.
Shot staggered.
It was a good try. The stagger fire did guarantee that the plasma would be unable to remove the nukes. They didn't use the plasma. They didn't need to, because there's just
Hook.
enough anti-air. Yep, there it is. There's the attempt. Doesn't make it.
Wrong timing. At least the core is kind of defended from the hook shot. But
Yeah,
the
and an
silos are
interesting
not.
twist. I was going to say, an interesting twist. The portal position renders the core mostly defended from the reach around, but it doesn't. That in doing so, it also means that the nukes are directly exposed. So that's, you know, probably an upside. A net positive trade, just a painful one. In other news, the French fries actually managed to land a nuke this time. They've taken some bit of map control. They've used their own snipers to remove a majority of Gisht's.
Where did that go?
It went through the portal and
And hit the terrain?
missed.
Yeah.
It hit the terrain. It went through the portal at an
I
angle
will.
through here
at
and
this.
hit the terrain on the side, splashing. Okay, that is unexpected.
Did not see that coming.
That looked like it directly hit the. That just looked like
Yeah,
it
yeah.
directly hit the.
Definitely did look
swarm.
like it.
I don't know how that storm survived. Did it go through a piece of wood or something along the way?
We'll have to watch
Oh,
again
it
later.
probably took out his own door or something along the way. That's why it was so
Oh.
separate. That
this
makes
one got
sense.
it.
Yeah, that one went through the portal and just killed the swarm. Okay. I was gonna say, it probably blew out one of their doors or a piece of wood or something on the way over. And then went into the swarm. So the French fries are largely immune to Magna Beam shenanigans, but it does cost them their swarm missiles, or their missile launchers generally, for it. Which isn't a bad trade, it's just a painful experience anyways. This does mean that Gishtgaya is going to want to probably adjust their tactics. Or just keep firing. Yeah, keep firing is still an option. Looks like going through the front door is the preferred option here. Not quite enough stagger on those hits. Flak attack. French fries goes down to 98%. Just a little bit of chip damage. Oh, I'd love to see those plasmas used to just cut straight through the center. More chip damage, core, French fries core down to 95%. Come on, you can do it, plasma is such a good follow-up to howitzers.
Yeah, they definitely do have the power, but they don't want to risk the nukes getting through, maybe?
Yeah, I suspect that's the case. It's just they don't have particular need to.
Yeah,
Those
they don't
howitzers
have to
will
take
eventually
chances.
end the game. Yeah. They're also bringing their own nukes to bear, which are making it across the map quite cleanly. Those two will end the game without risk. So you may as well just take it easy. take it slow. And these plasmas are ready.
Misfire, but still denied.
Yeah, you know, the plasmas, they didn't land the shot they needed to, but the machine gunners absolutely did. Volume by volume of fire. This core. Getting tickled.
Looks like they're really tempted to follow up, but
Oh! That's some nasty deformation.
and a 1 and a 2. No?
Yeah, that's the, oh, well, I would be surprised if they fired the second one here. Like, I would expect them to fire one of the plasmas and just keep the other one for defense.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like right now, which they're not using.
Didn't want to.
Wow, that's a hard shutdown.
Now...
Ah, come on, surely you do it this time. Yeah. Not well aimed, but still good damage. Or at least, you know, some damage. The French fries are falling apart now. They just don't have the eco to sustain this kind of magnitude, firepower of this magnitude. Alright, that's way too tempting to not hit with the plasma, right? Yeah, okay.
There we go.
That is.
Yeah, definitely.
Well played, Team Gishgeier. Takes it. In what was a legendary opening, Team Gishgeier manages to claim a victory in this best of 3. That was... So, Nose, how do you feel about people breaking your game again?
I find it fascinating and entertaining.
It's just, this was something I never expected to see in an actual match. It's just, it was, the precision and difficulty of it renders it something I've not seen outside of Sandbox. And yet, here we are.
Yeah, it's an extension of the core swing, which we never, you know, like when we were developing the game before we launched it, like, you know, you didn't touch your core. Who would touch their core? You know what I mean? Let alone purposely shift it somewhere else. You know, and then, of course, you know, people they try things, they experiment, they go, hey, look at that. You know, using the physics to create a catapult. I mean, that possibility has been there since the beginning, and people have figured out what they could do with it. So. And this combined with the, co-op on death, and then add that commander's ability with the barrels, it makes a really interesting strategy, you know. So I guess we'll see. We'll see if it gets abused or not. But at the moment, I just like watching it. So, yeah, we'll see how it plays out.
I agree. And we'll find out how the next match goes after this quick break, so make sure to grab your drink, grab a snack, stand up and stretch, and I will see you guys in about 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the quarterfinals, where next up we have Team Cactus Krieger versus Westwind for some German-on-German activity. Looks like we're just about ready to go here, so sit down and enjoy. I hope you got your snacks, hope you got your drink, hope you got your stretch break in, because we're about to get started here. Let's go ahead and check out the bands, the picked bands for this upcoming match. If you guys missed the last round or the last matchup, definitely make sure to go check that one out, because that one was absolute madness. Will probably be the talk of the rest of this event, because holy smokes was it wild.
Was it ever?
Game breaking. So it looks like we're going to be starting off with Skylines. Another Skylines start. Fascinating. Okay.
The last one was quite the slugfest, so I wonder if we'll have that again.
Very likely, yes. The map tends to turn into a slugfest. It's one of the reasons why it's less picked. It's because the co-op on Death Strat on that map in particular leads to a ridiculous slugfest that just is exhausting, and players tend to not like it. So that tends to be the reason why it's not picked, but it is in fact picked. So we're going Skylines into Up and Down, and then Wingman for the leftover. As far as commander bands go, Overdrive and Seep Band. I've seen Seep Band quite a lot so far, with Warthog, Scattershot, Spook, and Pinchfist Hurricane selected. Okay, so a pretty standard spread of commanders.
Another suggestion for the core flick name. Call it the Quartapult.
This is better than Core Yeet. I will.
I will. Yes, I will say it is better than Core Yeet. That is for sure. I can get behind that.
And the inevitable Corey McCoreface flick. Great logo for Cactus Krieger.
It is. It is a very good logo. I appreciate some of the, like, you can tell some of the older teams because they use the badge loadout, because we, like, for the first FPL we had this, oh hey, this is the format of team logo we're going to be using. But that restriction has been let go as we've moved on, as we've done more FPLs, and some of them have kept their original logos, some of them have developed in wild ways at times.
The only thing I want is that the logo is basically a square. That's all I want. The rest is open bar.
As long as it's a square. Does it fit in the logo box? Alright, it looks like we are good to go. The players are ready. The match is made. So let's jump into the action. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready, because we're kicking it off right now. Team Westwind versus Team Cactus Krieger. Alright, here we have on the left-hand side, it's Team Westwind. Malma and Geiger are playing as Scattershot. In this mirror match, you're up against Team Cactus Krieger, also playing Scattershot. Clau Alez and Kriegsoil playing on the right-hand side in the red fort. So we are expecting co-op on death strats here, but it's going to be co-op on death with Scattershot. So there's going to be some 20mm action involved. The question is how much and who's first?
This is such an interesting piece of metal on Geiger's core. I mean, why not?
I suppose. Like, it's just, it doesn't seem functionally different than the way Krieg's Oil is doing it. It's just different pattern, I guess.
mean, I don't see why you would purposely change the positioning, but
It's just... You felt like it, I guess.
yeah, but it costs metal if you're not pinch fist.
This is true. Looks like
I will
Team Westwind
classify
could be
this
first
as
to reject their
inefficient.
core. Understandable. Well, that went the wrong way. That was almost bad.
And they are taking way too long to reconnect.
Alright, well, Team Westwind first to reject their core.
Top ejection?
Interesting.
Fascinating.
I had not seen that before.
I'm also going to classify this as inefficient.
I'm very happy that we agree.
So the top core is just easier to defend than the bottom core. So you tend to eject the bottom core or the top core instead of the top core. But like, there's nothing
Disconnect.
inherently dysfunctional about ejecting the top core. It's just
Why aren't they shooting the exposed core with a sniper?
It's not
not
exposed, there are
exposed.
some wooden struts in front.
Was
The
there?
hitbox is a bit
Okay.
thinner
I guess
that
there was.
you would expect.
yeah. The hitbox in the core is a bit tighter than the graphic would.
It's basically
make
a
it
rectangle.
appear. Yeah. So it wasn't exposed. It was vulnerable to something like an AP sniper or just miniguns. But like, no one expects you to reject the top core and leave your bottom core vulnerable. So I don't think they were prepared for that at all.
Right, time to see what strategy they go for. I mean, it's pretty much...
I was gonna say it's a scatter shot.
Yes.
It's a scatter shot mirror match, and
I was saying this and I
while
figured out.
doubt, yeah. While I doubt both teams know or like have confirmation that they're both scatter shot, we know they're scatter shots, so we know what's gonna happen. The other teams will. Oh, that might just reveal.
Oh. Workshop gone. Wait. Yeah, okay, they do have their other tech.
Yes. You know, both teams already have their 20 mils placed
Yeah.
and under construction. So like the workshop gone is painful, but it isn't game winning.
Yeah, it just means no buzzsaws for a good minute.
Yes. Which is substantial. Like that's a pretty big hit. Like that's it's not the world you want to live in. Like you don't want to be losing your workshop, but it's not in like game winning or anything. Interesting note, Westwind didn't react. I didn't change their 20 mil weapons platform to be angled to the middle core. They kept it aiming straight across, which means that those 20 mils aren't going to be able to directly threaten the core. Not really.
Yeah, but it's the usual weapons position on the top, so I guess they can still hit their opponent's weapons.
Yeah, which is like they're still perfectly functional in that they will be able to suppress Cactus Krieger out of the game in all practical senses, but they're going to have to do some kind of major switch and reconstruction in order to
Yeah,
actually
I
end
would
the
guess
game.
they will just build a bottom weapons platform like Cactus is doing right now.
Yes.
And first strike.
First strike goes to Cactus Krieger. 20 mils are revealed. And Scatter Shot is certainly...
That was a door snipe.
Wow.
It was a door snipe, and just like that, Cactus Krieger loses 2 of their 20 mils. That's gonna set them back incredibly far.
They do have a couple 20 mils on the bottom, but yes, that will be pretty significant. With the combined force of 3 Shadow Shot 20 mils is, yeah, pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah, the Scattershot 20 mils just deals such a ridiculous amount of damage that 3 of them it's untenable. You don't tank that kind of hit. I do appreciate the energy shields out of Westwind. The energy shields, well, they do just kind of defend against the 20 mils. Quite cleanly, in fact. It looks like Cactus Krieger is reconstructing their 20 mils in the once destroyed position. But yeah, at this point, neither team has the power to threaten each other's cores. They've built weapons specifically for the purpose of destroying each other's weapons. Which is a fine solution. It just means that this game is going to go long. Which, I guess we knew that was going to happen, and all the players knew that was going to happen, which is why they're doing this. They're saying, hey, we're not going to be able to realistically break your cores, so we're going to break you first, and we're just going to go for a build that specializes in breaking you, and then eventually breaks your core. Yeah, that's kind of impressive. Being able to survive
they did have 3 sandbags per row.
They did, and a bunch of doors.
Now for the retaliation.
So many sandbags.
Bunch of eco damage, but not much more.
And just like that, it's back to start for everyone. Yeah, those sandbags are keeping Cactus Krieger alive. Honestly, the sandbags have been MVP for defense so far, just across the board. And Cactus Krieger's turn to fire. Fire they do. No penetration, full defense for Team Westwind.
I would say Team Cactus is slightly ahead.
I agree. Cactus has just 2 more 20 mils. Going up to 3 more 20 mils. Eco-wise, they're about the same. Westwind's got a little bit behind on the energy production. I guess technically ahead on the metal production, but not in any meaningful way. Cactus Krieger, I would say, is just generally in a better position, explicitly due to the existence of the lower 20 mil grid.
Oh, wow.
And there's the reset again. Another door snipe, Westwind. Yeah. Brave and risky, but pays off. Westwind. Ooh. Takes out Cactus Krieger's upper weapons platform again, costing them 2 more 20 mils. It's a lot of damage. I am surprised that Cactus Krieger's lower cannons are designed in such a way that they cannot aim at Westwind's core. which implies to me that they intended to build multiple platforms that were not designed to. Well, I guess their upper platform can hit the top core. They've just
Yes.
been unable to. They've been unable to, sustain life on their top core. Scattershot on scattershot violence. It's a good one. Oh, very nearly breaking through. Cactus Krieger reconstructing their 20 mils in the top weapons platform. It's a slow process, especially given how much damage they sustain all the time.
Why do they keep shooting? Why does Cactus keep shooting at that particular location with their lower 20s?
Eco damage. Trying to
yeah, I was
check out
gonna
the
say-
mines, the tech.
Yeah, I don't know that they know that the tech is there,
Yeah.
but they're certainly aiming for the mines. It's also a high density area that has to be defended or they lose access to the bottom section. So like it's a critical component that has to be defended. There's going to be metal there, and anywhere there's metal, there's going to be a good return on your investment. Because, you break a piece of metal, that's 300 metal lost for the opponent. It only costs you like, what, 40 to fire the 20s? So that's just a good trade, just net income wise. That and
Yeah.
there's sandbags in the only other real position it can fire. So sandbags, you don't want to be shooting with your 20s if you can avoid it.
Interestingly, Nexus Krieger has only floated one metal so far.
Oddly specific, but yes.
Oh, now 0, I think. I guess. 1? Okay, some slight bug there.
Some kind of rounding error, interesting.
Hmm. Ooh.
Yeah,
This is a very
This is why-
sandy battle.
it is.
Oh, yes.
I mean, it has to be. It's the only way to defend against this kind of firepower. 20 millimeters have just about the highest damage output of any weapon in the game. It's the only reason you can defend against them is because sandbags exist. Otherwise, they just break things. Like, the reason they aren't overwhelmingly powerful in all instances is just because they spread their damage out so wide that you can effectively defend against them using multiple options. Just that there's multiple ways of defending against it. But with scattershot at these ranges, the damage is just ridiculous. And so you have to use sandbags or you just lose. Even then with sandbags, as we've seen, it's not always enough. Oh? Looking like they're breaking through the lower platform, so those mines are going to be vulnerable. Oh dear.
And we see a howitzer.
Yes. The howitzer, I was about to say, should clear up most of those sandbags, but the 20 mil has other opinions. The buzzsaw is trying desperately to clear out the sandbag positions. Cactus Krieger has 320 mils fully online again. Oh! The sniper! Makes it through. Uh-oh. Westwind is falling apart here. It's just too much firepower is withering away their fort. From every side, in fact. Again with the door snipes. The double door snipe. Westwind's clawing back the map control with 2 more door snipes. Cactus Krieger loses so much more firepower. And some splashing on metal.
Ooh. The howitzer survives.
It does survive, but it's a heavy cost. This is a sign of the times. When one team starts losing mines, that's when things really start to spiral. Westwind just lost their first mine. But they just took out another 20 mil, so chances of another mine going down, not high. Oh. That howitzer is just barely hanging on, dude. It is smoking. It's exposed. It lands its shot, and the sniper comes for it. There it goes. That's gonna take them a long time to reconnect. Westwind's gonna have clear rain to wipe out Westwind. Sorry, Cactus is gonna have clear rain to wipe out Westwind. You go here. Another blow through. Westwind loses another mine and another 20 mil, and loses connection to their top mines as well. Their bottom mines are completely undefended. The central mines are undefended. Howitzer going to the core. They're losing on every front. Top, bottom, middle, and core. Another mine lost. 2 mines lost. 3 more mines lost.
Yeah, this is not looking good.
Yeah, this is what we call checkmate. Westwind just lost, what is that? 5, 6 mines?
Yeah, 5. Soon 6.
It's not good. Without those mines, the reason why that's such a big deal is because without those mines, Westwind loses just half their economy. So they won't be able to rebuild, like, they just won't have death by sniper. Of all things. They just won't have the money to reconstruct their tools. And so they're just going to explode, and they won't be able to do anything about it. And that's what we're seeing here. Westwind is down to 13 metal per second, which is not much metal per second. It's like 1.5 struts of wood per second, which is far fewer than the amount of damage being dealt to them on a per second basis. Not even an ounce of anti-air. And there it goes. Team Cactus Krieger wins round 1 in this best of 3. Very well played. So that's the scattershot mirror match on Skylines in particular. A slugfest with a lot of cannons. A lot of cannons. I must say 20 mils make for some of the most cinematic death cams. just the sheer quantity of projectiles.
Nice.
All right, very nice. Ladies and gentlemen, Cactus Creeker wins round 1 in this best of 3, going 1-0 over their opponent's Westwind. Now we're off to round 2. Round 2 will be on Up and Down, one of the more popular maps. Just about ready to start it up. Alright. Match is made, the players are ready. Let's jump into the action. Round 2, Team Westwind versus Cactus Creeker. And we're off. Team Cactus Creeker here on the left-hand side in the blue. Playing as the Hurricane Commander. Facing off against their opponents in the right-hand side in the red. Team Westwind playing as the Pinchfist Commander. Pinchfist Commander is going to be helping Team Westwind speed along through the early game, hit more efficiently, selling off their base as they reclaim things for more early economic advantage. Compared to Hurricane, which just gets a flat 10% build speed to everything, including tech and such. I'm looking for major divergences in build orders here. And while there's going to be some notable discrepancies due to the just the pinch fist difference, so far the biggest notable difference is that Cactus Creeker's lower fort is going for an upgrade center first. Also has a sniper. We have the potential for AP sniper cheese and a core ejection. I'm not convinced they're ready to do that, but there they are. Cactus Creeker going co-op mode. Imagine if you could sell your core for money. How many teams would do that?
Yes.
Just purposefully eliminate themselves just to get a little extra cash. Like, oh, is it worth 100 metal? Worth it.
Basically selling your soul.
Yes. Hey, it's worth money. Money is power.
As you see, I love money.
Exactly. So there is your major discrepancy in the build orders, different divergence, I should say. Team Cactus Creeker going co-op on death with cannons as the primary weapon, whereas Team Westwind is going to staying more traditional, more traditional weapons groups. 2 individual forts, one going fire beam, plasma beam, and the other going howitzer. Nothing terribly wild out of Team Westwind here. Old classics, effective, powerful, hard to go wrong. Ooh, we see some mortars out of Team Cactus Creeper. I like a lot. Now, where are those cannons going to go is my question. Cactus Krieger's cannon tech is online. They haven't placed them yet. We may see them delay for a howitzer. Well, the way this is going, I doubt it. I think it'll just be standard cannons here. Whereas Geiger's energy weapons are coming online in the next 20 seconds or so. As is Malm's howitzer. Oh.
That is a pretty cool mortar replacement.
It is, I like it. Nice little customized weapon platform. The suddenly mortar strat is very effective. As we can see, Malm is getting obliterated here.
And
Ooh. Oh,
huge.
everything falling apart. Westwind
Geiger
just
missing
getting
those shots.
dismantled. Yes. What could have been a beautiful near game-winning shot, Geiger just misses it just ever so slightly by just a couple degrees. And in exchange, Cactus Krieger removes the entire plasma beam, knocking Geiger's core down to 64% in the ensuing explosion. Oh, so much damage taken by Team Westwind. Not even to mention the mortar's Malm's base is just obliterated. He's got nothing but a single strut of metal in front of his core after these mortars have been near uncontested. Okay, well now there's anti-air, but
Malmö only has a howitzer to defend himself.
not a very good defensive weapon. It does, however,
It's doing
work
okay.
as a weapon, just as a weapon. Gets a good hit.
And the cannon should swiftly end this.
Yeah. Cactus Krieger's got a cannon coming online in the next 10 seconds or so, and I think just a single cannon is enough to end this game. Westwind
Just have
is...
to wait for some mortars to land.
Yeah.
Or
And,
not, just shoot.
That works too. Malm's core armor penetrated down to 83%, manages to survive the hit, and now understands that he cannot afford to spend on things that aren't defenses. Everything goes in the defense, it's panic time. The cannons come for you, and are looking to end this game. Oof. Cannon overpen. You'll love to
And
see it.
Incursus has now a shotgun to defend the howitzer.
That's going to make Westwind's howitzer substantially less effective. We'll see if he manages to get it going this time. Another solid cannon round.
Ending to second cannon for a good measure.
Once the second cannon comes online, I suspect Malm will be completely unable to sustain the damage.
Oh, no door snipe. They lost
So
the sniper.
close, but so far away. No, actually, now that I say that, Malm is adequately defending the first cannon with enough margin of error that I think his second cannon won't outright end the game. We'll shove him into the death spiral, I think, but I think he'll survive.
Oh wow.
Ooh, sniper from on high, taking out mortars. That's That could change the direction of this game. Yeah, second cannon comes online. Punches deep. Malm's core down to 72%, but it isn't penetrated. It's not really in danger of getting penetrated off the back of this side, too. The mortar hits the tech on the inside of Malm's base. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. Ooh, that's a full pen. Malm's
going for
internals are exposed. I think a worthy trade.
Cannon and tier.
Cannon for howitzer, worth it.
Especially with the active ready.
Yes. The one mortar just makes it across. It's just the bane of Team Westwind right now. Is it doing a lot of work? No. It's just a single mortar. Is it doing anything? Yes. Doing way more than it should. Oh, those cannons are getting closer and closer to breaking Westwind here.
This shotgun has not been doing much so far.
It hasn't. It hasn't needed to. More chip damage.
Is online.
Malm down to 65%. Honestly, Krieg's Cactus Krieger doesn't have the eco to run 3 cannons. In part because I don't have the capacity to run 3 cannons. Oh, okay. They just realized that problem and are resolving it right now. Almost a door snipe on that howitzer. That was close. This slugfest has begun. In earnest, I should say. That was close. Cactus Krieger's base almost crunched in half. Instead, merely collapses across a breakpoint.
Just go for the core.
I think he's got the same idea.
Return to sender. Oh.
Oh. That return to sender looks so perfect too. That could have been that almost certainly would have been game ending for Team Westwind. You know, Cactus Krieger keeps aiming those cannons in that same exact spot, with the same effect every time, just passing clean through the base and dealing no damage. That, however, a bit more effective.
It's more like it. Oh, nice.
Hey, there's the shotgun.
It's a new one.
There's the refire in that same position again. Oh. More chip damage. Malm down to 47%. Oh dear. Ooh. Shotgun tries, howitzer flies. Cactus Krieger takes some damage. So many clean pass-throughs of Malm's base, or Malm's fort. Honestly, at this point, with that many pass-throughs, like, you just gotta go to the core to guarantee. Oh! A massive disconnect. Cactus Krieger loses about half their fort mass. A beautiful shot from Westwind. Barely surviving Plaza Beam, actually carrying their way through. They can do it. Westwind making a comeback here.
Yeah, but they can't sustain that kind of fire.
You are correct. They cannot sustain that kind of fire. Now I'm down to 43%.
Especially with the constant active.
Yeah, nah. This hurricane just dumps firepower out.
Why did you change targets? Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, like, I
That
don't know
is
why,
a
but
fair
that worked
answer.
out. Yeah, I mean, he got the drop shot on the cannon. I don't think he expected that, but it worked out. Westwind loses the
Probably not.
cannon, and with it, most of the firepower out of the top fort, anyways.
Oh, in the battery.
Like, honestly, Westwind's top fort, Malm, clearly does not have the eco to sustain hits from 3 cannons. You just keep firing at a position that he has to defend, he's going to break. And then
Yep.
he's gonna, and that's just the
Exactly.
end of it. Like, you just go straight to the core, just go straight to the howitzer, just pick a spot, any spot, and just punch it until it breaks. It will end. Like, he cannot defend it.
Yep.
You know, going to the mines works too. Somewhere
Ooh.
static. You know, the fire beam ricochet into that position. Quite devastating for Malm. Or at least would be if there were any internals left that hadn't already been cannoned out of the game. Alright, that's what checkmate looks like. Yeah, there it is.
Oh.
Okay. 4 mines lost, and with it, Malm loses any hope of being able to recover their eco. Next set of cannon rounds should go directly to Malm's core. I think the only other acceptable path is Geiger's eco target. It looks like Malm's core is the target. 26%.
Excellent choice.
Yes, I agree with this. I very much so agree with this. 3%. Ooh. How is Malm alive? At this point, you just build in such a way that you can reconnect once your core goes. Or like eject your core yourself so that you get maximum efficiency. Alright, it is now time to reconstruct the cannons in such a way that they can
And those weapons.
aim down. Yes, there's
Like
one.
this.
It is worth noting that it is quite worthwhile to use your existing cannons to remove the remnants of Westwind's upper base. Like all those mines that have been reconstructed, just make them go away. Yeah, and it looks like Cactus Krieger agrees. They exist. The world would be better off for you if they didn't exist.
Replacing a cannon with a howitzer.
I like it, I like it. It's both more damage and capable of drop shotting in a way that the standard cannon isn't. Westwind is down to 30%. Another plasma. Oh, and there goes the rest of the weapons. Westwind has been completely defanged. Nothing's between stopping them from getting blasted out of this game by Cactus Krieger. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Cactus Krieger even bringing in rockets, upgrading rockets and bringing it to bear.
Calling GGs.
Looks like there's a surrender coming out from Team Westwind. Understandable. Well, maybe, maybe not. Looks like no surrender, but they understand the writings on the wall. Checkmate has happened, and they're playing it out. They're playing out the last steps to this match.
Their fate is basically sealed.
Yes. And there it is.
There it goes.
It's like checkmate's coming. You shake hands with your opponent, and then just do the last moves for your pieces, just to see it end. Ladies and gentlemen, Cactus Krieger wins this matchup, winning 2-0 over their opponents. Well played. Yeah, that was good. Pretty. I don't want to say back and forth, but it's very sluggy. Like very much so a slug match for both sides. I'd say Cactus Krieger had a pretty solid lead, like the entire time, which is kind of a slow and gradual destruction for all the teams involved. All right. Give us a moment while we get set up for the next round, as we'll be going into a quick break, and then coming back to the next matchup afterward, where we have Team Beaten. Beaten himself joins the fray. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, one and all. It's the fourth match here in the quarterfinals. Coming up next will be Team Fortified versus Team Beaten. The winner of this match will face off against the winner of the previous round, Cactus Krieger. If you guys missed that one, well, it was a wonderful slug out of cannons and explosives back and forth, as is most Forts rounds. Still, I think nothing will beat the raw excitement that was Team French Fries versus Team Geish. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Gishtgaya. Yes. Yep. I knew it was gonna it was gonna happen.
It had to. It had to.
It had to. It was inevitable. Round one of that was especially just legendary. That was gonna be
spicy.
In the clips forever. That one's never going away. And that, if you guys missed that one, make sure to check it out. But for this round specifically, you got the replay for it. Oh my god. Yeah. Beautiful.
That was such a nice shot.
That was you can't beat that. Like it's wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah, so I cannot wait to show off that one. That's just ridiculous. But coming up next, we have Team Fortified versus Team Beaten. Some well-known and well-badged players. We have Finn and Imbrulo with Team Fortified versus Team Beaten, Butterdog and Eaton. I love the name, by the way. It's top tier. Let's go ahead and check out the picks and bans coming up for this upcoming match. Skylines banned, as is Sacred Dunes. Honestly, I'm glad Skylines is banned, because I don't know that I can sustain watching more of a slug match. It's so exhausting trying to cast through the back and forth just to keep up with everything. We've had a Skylines match like once per matchup, and it's like, oh my god, so much to keep up with. But first match will be on Boonies 2v2. Up and down will be the second, and should we go to a third, we'll be on Vanilla Large. So pretty classic maps. I'm looking forward to that. For the commander bans, let's see who's bringing the wild strats. Looks like Fortified's bringing Eagle Eye. I'm into that. And Seep, for the first time, has not been banned, and thus has been picked. Looks like Team Fortified's got a couple wild cards up their sleeve, whereas Team Beaten's going pretty vanilla with it. We'll get to see how that turns out in this upcoming match.
Beaten's logo for the win.
I know,
Yes.
I know. It's Butterdog and Eaton have their just own logos just to start with. And their team logo is just both of their logos just kind of half shoved into the square.
Yeah.
And it is so perfect. Like, I don't know what to expect. It's just there. Alright. I believe we're good to go here. Off in this first match, Team Fortified versus Team Beaten. And we're off. As here we are on the left-hand side, it is Team Fortified playing as the Pinch Fist Commander. Starting off with something pretty simple, pretty basic. We've got ourselves a Finn and Imbrulo, going with a sell off all of their internals and boost themselves along toward the later stages of the game. Whereas on the right-hand side, in the red, it is Team Beaten, Butterdog, and Eaton playing as a Spook Commander. I know Eaton especially is a big fan of Spook. In part because there's a bit of knowledge gaming at hand, so you can get a little bit of free scouting info without having to think about it. However, the big benefit of Spook is that you get to steal. You get to be a dirty little thief. Just you press the button, you deal economic damage to your opponent. That's just it is that simple. So this is this is going to be an interesting but otherwise simple matchup, as in I'm not expecting any kind of great and wild cheeses here, not expecting anything crazy. It's just going to be a simple bashing of skill for both teams involved, which honestly, that kind of thing usually makes for some of the best matches, because you know, it's the match turns on the sniper play as opposed to, oh, I built a strategy that hard counters yours and so now you just kind of lose. There aren't many of those strategies in forts, but that kind of thing does happen every so often. Like, you know, a core catapult out of nowhere just slingshotting across the map and wiping out half your fort. It's crazy things do happen. This not gonna be one of those matches. This is gonna turn on good aim and well practiced timings. A little bit of sniper, keeping Team Fortified honest. Oh, it's a rocket rush out of Butterdog, with Eaton going lasers for a heavy hitting follow-up. Okay, did not quite expect it. Looks like we will have a howitzer rush out of Finn in the lower fort and fire beam plasma beam out of Ambrula in the upper fort. Of course, pinch fist. Oh wait, no, those aren't rockets. Those are shotguns. What are you doing? What's happening here? Is that explicitly meant to hard counter the incoming howitzer rush? It's like Team Beaton very likely understands that this is going to be a howitzer rush out of Finn here in the lower fort. And getting shotguns to deal with that is not unusual, but this early and this heavy development of shotguns implies to me that you're not doing really anything else but shotguns. And, well, that did more damage than I expected it to do, but it did deal damage. They already got 2 mines, like, can't go wrong with that. Shotguns grabbing mines. That makes it worthwhile. And then they will also exist for when the howitzers come out to play. The howitzer is at about a third completion in its construction, so that's going to be relevant here in about a little less than a minute. On the other side, the plasma beam and fire beam are both placed for Eaton, whereas Butterdog's just sitting on those shotguns. He's waiting on his heavy weapons tech to produce. So he's got a little bit of time before he can spend some of his cash. He is going with the cannon for a variety of heavy weapons, so we could expect to see standard cannons. I presume it will be standard cannons. While 20mm are a decent choice here, the 20mm will also only be a decent choice against the forwardmost fort, and will not be meaningfully usable against the upper fort, which honestly may be enough. Like, you don't need more than that. I think I would prefer to see a howitzer over a 20mm, but a howitzer is really expensive, and Butterdog's not exactly in a position to be placing a howitzer down at this point in time. Whereas a 20mm can just be slapped down and function as both defense and offense against the forward forts here. I'm curious to see how that's going to go. I want to know, Butterdog, what will it be? Standard cannon or will it be 20mm? Whereas on the other side, interestingly enough, Eaton is actually ahead of Embrulo in the heavy weapons rush, which is just terrifying to think about, because Team Fortified just had a build advantage. There's like a speed advantage in that, and Eaton is just ahead, and also has a fire beam, like a whole extra fire beam. Like, how do you do that? You're playing against a commander that specializes in being faster than you, and you are still faster than it. Welcome to Eaton. So that's fascinating. Fire beam from on high. Did we get a howitzer follow-up? No? Question mark? No. No howitzer follow-up. Did see a deconstruction of one of the shotguns. So if that howitzer fires, they will only have one shot, one opportunity. And they get it. Howitzer blasted out of the sky. There's a door snipe. Eaton removes a fire beam. At least one of Fortified's fire beams. We still see no cannon or heavy weapon out of Butterdog. Butterdog is all in. Oh wait, no, he did just place it. Okay, there's the cannon. It is a standard cannon, no 20 mil.
Oh, wow.
And there he goes. I was about to say, Butterdog is all in on the defenses, but didn't have the angle, or at least didn't defend against the top angle there. That will leave Butterdog exploding. Ooh. Eaton immediately avenging his fallen comrade. And just like that, Team Fortified loses every single one of their laser weapons. Using the pinch fist to sell off all their goodies. Reclaim the metal. Yeah. I think Team Beacon is not going to be able to reclaim that ground there. Not in any practical sense. Looks like they're going to give it a try. But that's looking mighty rough. It's a long extrusion and a very vulnerable position. They need to immediately develop an anchor platform there so they can reconnect to it when they inevitably lose it. And where howitzer? You can do it, Finn. Destroy the connection. Or not. It's not happening. Okay. Beaton is permitted to keep the extra eco expansion. At least the old fort expansion. So that's a lot of damage. Eaton fire beam plasma beam combo works every time. Just manages to punch clean through the front door. Fortified, at least Fen in particular, loses 3 mines. Just a lot of damage. Alright. Where howitzer? There it is. It's going high. Gets a hit. Does a lot of damage. Ambrulo has almost finished reconstructing his fire beam and plasma beam after having lost it in the previous volley. We do see some actual developments into Beaton's lower fort expansion area, where Butterdog once stood. Another solid hit. Fortified losing 3 more mines. The problem that Beaton will encounter is that they lack the ability to punch through energy shields at this point in time. Fortified understands this and is relying heavily on energy shields for most of their things. Most of their important defenses.
Oh.
There goes their everything.
That's really good for Team Fortified. Team Fortified just wiped out every single weapon in Team Beaton's base. Team Beaton has nothing left to stop them from just rampaging through the rest of the game. Well, let's get to see how this plays out. So Beaton doesn't have an alternate tech to switch to. They're building all the way in the back here. They have economic expansion, they're decently well defended, they're high eco, but what they don't have is tech beyond energy tech. And while energy tech is good, it's great, it doesn't solve the problems facing them down at this point in time. Team Fortified is, frankly put, too fortified. They're just covered in energy shields. Energy shields and dense wood. I'm sorry, not dense wood, dense metal. Which is something that the lasers don't handle very well. Lasers are very good at pinpoint damage, finding and slapping specific weaknesses, like precise weaknesses in the enemy base, which Team Fortified really doesn't have. It's also good at door snipes, which has been relevant so far, but lacking any of those weapons at this point in time. There's just nothing stopping Fortified from this lashing Team Beaton over and over again. That's what they're doing. You get to see Team Beaton has lost 2 more mines, as there's even more damage incoming. Looks like they're trying to focus on the lower component first. And there's goes even more mines. Those are upgraded mines too, which are even more expensive to lose. Losing a 20 mil to a sniper is very painful. But yeah, there's loss of the extrusion once again. Yeah, Team Beaton is getting blown apart here. Most of their base has been turned into Swiss cheese. The only parts that remain sane and stable are the areas around the core. Everything else is being torn apart piece by piece. Beaton's working on getting another plasma beam, but it's another like minute and a half out from completion. And even then, it's got a good chance of not making it. The more important question is, how much of Beaton's base will be destroyed before the weapon comes out? It's just a lot of damage. But not enough to knock Beaton out of the game just yet. So Beaton is trying desperately to recover. They're building a new tech, specifically the workshop. I can only imagine for buzzsaws. As buzzsaws right now would be quite effective versus much of Team Fortified's fortifications. I'd like to see the howitzer firing. Just the more firing of the howitzer, the better for Team Fortified. Gosh, Finn going up to 420 mils. Not a standard cannon in sight. Buzzsaw is disconnecting Beaton's connection to the lower area. That was almost a comedy of errors. So many upgrades. It's going to be a surprising nuke out of Team Fortified. But right now, Team Fortified is working on economic expansion and generally scaling up their damage. rather than attempting to end the game immediately. I approve. Still surprised to see a lack of munitions tech out of Team Beaten. Ricochet. Rather reflection from plasma. Takes out a few exposed weaponry for Team Fortified. A pretty heavy hit. Beaton's plasma beam comes online and hits Finn's base, finding the smallest of gaps and taking out a couple turbines. It's relatively effective for all things considered. Every time that disconnects, Team Fortified gets more powerful. Looks like Team Fortified's nuke is officially coming online. I believe Team Beaten has some idea this is coming, but doesn't have sufficient defenses against it, at least not for a comfortable defense. The nuke launches. Shotgun keeps it alive. Beaten almost getting door sniped again. Is Finn down to 20% in his core? Oh, and another door snipe. Eaton's plasma gets blasted, losing 2 of them. Oh, all the progress made for the past couple minutes has just gotten ripped away. Fortified, getting further ahead in this game.
Beaten has really played long.
Yes.
Longer than expected.
Like, they're just not dying.
Yeah, they don't go down easily.
I think much of it has to do with the choice of 20 mils. They're reflecting off of the energy shields, which are also reflecting the energy beams. It's just Beaton's got, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 energy shields guarding important components of the base. And Team Fortified has very little to deal with them. It's dramatically increasing the efficiency of the defense. And look at that. That's an entire 20 mil volley just removed. Is mitigated off the back of a single energy shield. I would like to see Fortified focus those 20 mils on the expansion. Prevent the economy from existing. Prevent the expansion from existing. Should solve many of the problems. I like the sequential buzzsaw usage. Let the fires burn. There you go. Nuke flies, not enough anti-air. Nuke lands, massive damage. Beaton's core is exposed.
Oh. Oh, that's so
Beaton's
close.
core down to 39%, guarded by the last remaining energy shields. as the buzzsaws have successfully prevented reconstruction and reconnection to Beaton's lower component. And with that lower expansion burning to the ground, Beaton just kind of loses access to all the deco.
Is it going to make
nuke
it?
should fly.
Wow,
It does.
Straight for it.
And Beaton goes down.
Wow. Unexpected.
Yeah, very well played. Fortified off the back of an early plasma beam based snipe. Look at that angle just from on high.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
barely above the energy shield. Very well played. It's just so much. The straightest drunk nuke ever.
Yeah.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that was round 1 in this best of 3. Team Fortified takes it 1-0 so far over Team Beaten. Next up, we're going off to map 2. Will be up and down. We'll give it a moment here before jumping into the next round. Alright, Chad. Which team do you think is going to win it? Team Fortified versus Team Beaten? Because we're off to the second round, where here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Beaten, playing as the Spook Commander. Once again, sticking to the Spook Commander strat. You love it, they love it, I love it. Kind of hard to go wrong. Against their opponents on the right-hand side, it is Team Fortified, winning a 1-0 in the last round off the back of just some beautiful suppressive fire. And, frankly, an incredible laser beam. This time they're playing as the Seep Commander. Seep Commander boosts rockets and missiles of all kinds. Can expect to see some of those in this round. Question is, what varietal of the strategy will they go for? It is worth noting that because Beaten is the Spook Commander, they are informed in-game that their opponents are the Seep Commander, so there will be no surprises. Beaten already knows that the nukes are coming. The question is only timing and flavor. You see this sniping happening. Everyone getting involved. It is worth noting that Team Fortified is the Seep Commander. Well, because they're using rockets and nukes as their primary weapons. Requires that they have some substantial amount of map control, and with map control comes the need for sniping, so we will be seeing substantial sniping happening from Team Fortified. I'm fascinated to see this particular brand of swarm missile. It has been a while since I've seen this particular implementation of this strategy. These days, the portal nuke strategy is favored over this one. This particular one hits faster, but comes at the cost of mines. We see it requires replacing 2 of the mines in the lower fort with, well, 2 of the mines of either fort with swarm missiles. This means that the swarm missile launcher players will have very little economy, and should this game go longer than 6 minutes, 7 minutes, then they are going to be at a near insurmountable disadvantage. However, this does hit very quick, and it deals a lot of damage. Will it be enough? Honestly, these days, I don't think so. We can already see Team Beaten is thickening their defenses, and that's gonna cause some substantial substantial DPS requirement out of Team Fortified just to get anything done. And it's gonna look a lot like this kind of damage for probably the next 3 minutes, and then eventually Team Beaten's just gonna get a cannon, and Team Fortified won't have enough mines to do anything about it, and that's just how that's gonna go. At least that's how the strategy seems to go. These days, players have learned how to defend against such tactics efficiently enough that they need not do some kind of crazy defense thing. And it's caused a bit of an evolution in this strategy where we usually see the portal nukes instead, because the portal nukes allow you to still have full access to your mine so you can keep up with the economy, while also getting quad nuke, which is, you know, a lot of nuke. Looks like Finn is just about ready to... Oh, no. Oh, yeah, they're just going straight up to quad nuke real quick, aren't they? Okay. Well, settle in. It's gonna be another 2 minutes before we see action, meaningful action out of Team Fortified. And then it's gonna be a lot of action, real quick. And it's gonna be really very difficult for Beaten here to maintain this. But, you know, if any team's gonna do it, it is Team Beaten, and I think they're gonna do it. First nuke flies is taken out, but part of Seep is that when a nuke dies, it splits into swarm missiles, so you kind of sort of want it to explode to cover for the rest of your nukes. I'm actually kind of surprised to see Brulo isn't developing a second nuke here. Instead, it's just a swarm and 3 nukes for in totality for Team Fortified. Oh! Was that a sniper round that just took out the nuke? Gosh. Butterdog. What have you done? This isn't an AI match. Well, flak detonated on itself, but you know, it was worth it. Got mortars out of Butterdog, replying with some damage, as Team Fortified starting to ramp up the damage output, but getting punched back in return. Classic forts. The first cannon comes out from Eaton in an exceptionally defensible position. I think Eaton correctly understands that he doesn't need a lot of firepower, he just needs enough to apply pressure and also not die. So, just having a very safe cannon is the way to go. Opening up his doors for a second cannon placement, as the mortars are being defended against. And just like that,
wow,
as I was mentioning, you don't need a lot of firepower. 2 cannons is enough to fully penetrate Finn, knocking his core down to 15% and taking out juicy internals in the process. As Butterdog just face tanks another nuke. Finn doesn't... Oh. With that explosion took out the internals, Finn doesn't have enough capacity to launch the nukes. Like, he's just fixing that now, but I didn't realize he actually lost that for a moment. I was wondering, he's like, Finn, why aren't you launching? He didn't have the energy. Because Eaton literally blew it up.
Oh, shot.
Oh.
What a shot that was.
This is disgusting. I love it.
Oh, you can't do that to a man. Oh. Eaton. Oh. Ambrulo just loses every single one of his mines. He's got
that's the kind of shots you do with a laser, not with a cannon.
Seriously. Oh. Oh no.
This man paid the RNG.
Good God. Well, Ambrulo's gonna be selling off basically all of his internals just to get any amount of mines and income again, because otherwise he just won't be able to participate in this match. Like, it's just... Oh. And Butterdog adding in extra mortars on top. Oh. Is he selling off a sandbag? Oh, he needs the line of sight. Yeah, Ambrulo's sitting on a whopping 30 metal in total. That's not the world you want to live in there. Still enough to fire the nukes, but it's costing him important internals to do so because he keeps selling off his stuff. You know, to fund the war. Looks like he's almost got enough for another mine. There it is. At least he still has enough energy production to function at all. He can still snipe and still use his machine gunners. Still build sandbags. Finn with the double nuke manages to land one, dealing decent damage in the process. Ambrulo spending every single unit of metal to launch that nuke. Just to apply a little bit more pressure. Full defense against that particular volley of mortars. Looks like the mortars are retargeted to aim at Finn rather than Ambrulo, as Ambrulo gets down another mine. Eaton about to unleash a third cannon, and Finn should not survive. Finn, I think, can be full penetrated here by 2 cannons. A third effectively guarantees it, as is Finn doesn't have the eco. Finn's eco, who has remained entirely untouched, doesn't have enough eco to survive the 2 cannons. Like, it's as is running out of cash. But a third cannon comes online, penetrates, knocking down Finn's mines, destroying one of them, disconnecting 2 more. Finn is rocking out on 0 mines right now, which is not many mines. Not many mines at all. And there goes another one. Gosh, what a way to get blasted out of this round. Losing all of your mines.
Oh.
There's a surrender out of Finn. I guess co-op on death. Not technically a surrender. I think it's functionally a surrender. Yeah, because they're not getting out of this one, are they? I don't think so. Oh, those mortars are digging. They're digging real hard. Oh, the shotgun. It broke through the last of the armor. The mortar's coming for the finishing blow. Well done. Team beaten off the back of some frankly disgusting shots. That was ridiculous. Oh. Well, that evens the scores. That evens the scores up as we get set up for round 3. It's beautiful.
God. That was that shot.
You know, the worst thing
shot.
about that is, because of the way the cannons work with the gravity, I'm pretty certain that shot just isn't possible with a laser. Because lasers aren't affected by gravity, so they won't curve around the top of the hill there. So they just lasers can't kill all the mines from that angle, but cannons can. It's ridiculous.
Alrighty, we got ourselves a matchup here.
Yes, we do. As we go into vanilla for the final round in this best of 3. Looking forward to this. And we're off, ladies and gentlemen, into round 3 in this best of 3. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Fortified. Playing as the Seep Commander, once again, they're giving this strategy another go. While playing against their opponents on the right-hand side, in the red is Team Beaten. This time, Beaten playing as Pinch Fist instead of Spook. We get to see some skeletalized bases and an expedited rush through the early game. I think this is going to kick off pretty hard. Both of these commanders are known for making things go quickly, with Pinch Fist quickly making it to the heavy weapons, and well, Seep quickly kicking things off with mid-game weapons in the form of rockets and swarm missiles. Should I say early game weapons? Yeah. It's barely 60 seconds into the match, and we already have heavy weapons tech on the board. I'm not terribly surprised to see Butterdog going with the upgrade center. I think we're going to see the same kind of shotguns into lasers that we saw from the first round, but instead of Spook, it's going to be Pinch Fist, so, you know, faster. It is worth noting that Team Fortified is going for swarm missiles, and swarm missiles are generally early game aggression, is known to be an incredibly effective counter isn't the right word, but strategy specifically against Pinch Fist builds. Tit for tat. And just because Pinch Fist sells off so much of their early game components, they don't have the material invested in the defenses or weapons, or really anything to defend themselves against any kind of early game pressure. When you get swarm missiles coming up with that, it could be devastating. Obviously, Team Beaten is aware that they're about to get blasted by a heap load of swarm missiles, so they have defenses in place against it. We'll see how sturdy those defenses are, as I suspect they're about to be tested. Turbine goes down. little bit of a back and forth. You know, I do like the flak choice here at Butterdog, just going to the side to get the shotguns. It's been effective so far, and shotguns capable of breaking things, like turbines. Butterdog's missing the second shotgun due to, you know, explosive tendencies, but my concern for Team Beaten is that they won't have the firepower given their choice of weapons and progress. They won't have the firepower to break through Team Fortified. Yes, Team Fortified has sold off 2 of their mines in exchange for nukes, but I think it's probably not enough. Eaton is just doing Firebeam Plasma Beam, and Firebeam Plasma Beam can be full defended relatively simply. Team Fortified is going to recognize this at some point, and will defend against Team Beaten. The question is, will Fortified lose a player before... Will it cost them a player to recognize that piece of information? It very well might, but we're not there yet. We still got another minute and a half before we get to that stage of the game. And before that happens, well, we've got double nuke and double swarm missile just about ready to launch. Here is the first major launch. Nukes land. Oh, massive damage. Eaton's base is a gaping hole. But he keeps the important internals alive. The plasma beam survives. Fire beam survives. Here's another launch. There's not enough ants here to stop this. It's gonna land. As will the second nuke. Another huge hit. Eaton down to 77% and no money left to repair. He's selling off his storages just to give himself an immediate influx of cash, just so he could rebuild in time to stop the next volley. But, oh, Eaton, even after selling off his internals, doesn't have enough money to repair. Ooh. And Butterdog doesn't have any offensive firepower. Yeah, he didn't lose his weapons. That's the important part.
Yeah.
Also relevant, energy weapons don't cost metal to fire. He's gonna use that plasma beam to defend against the nukes, surely. Oh, no, they're aiming at Butterdog. And... Butterdog just... Oh, that was like the worst case scenario. Team Beaten just not handling the defense as well on this. Oh no, that was a critical component. Losing the fire beam means no fire beam plasma beam combo. No plasma, no combo means not nearly enough penetrative power to deal critical or really important game-ending amounts of damage. Team Fortified looks like they've got this in the bag. Look at that. The nuke still makes it. The plasma's just not enough to burn the nukes out of the sky. Yeah, this is going Fortified's way. Nukes are making a comeback in this season of Forts Pro League.
Yeah, I thought it was a risky play, to be honest, but...
Oh, it certainly is a risky play. Like, that's not a question. The question is, will it work? Eaton's bringing his fire beam online. This time he actually has doors on it. Another round of nukes fly for Team Fortified, this time aimed at Eaton. And he catches it. While it's an expensive repair bill, it's one that didn't deal any crazy amount of damage, no game-changing amounts of damage, as it were. Big doors. There's the fire beam, and the plasma beam follow-up. Takes a mine and loses both in the counter snipe. Oh no. Uh-oh. Eaton has no more weapons. This time he doesn't even save the plasma. Eaton's got nothing. Butterdog working on getting some mortars. It's not looking good. Well, there's not a whole lot of anti-air for Team Fortified. Team Eaton's mortars could be the difference maker. It's, it didn't just door snipe us. Just door snipe the sniper. Yeah, Team Fortified's just got a ridiculous amount of firepower on the board right now, and is handling their snipers incredibly well. Yeah, neither player on Team Beaten can sustain the firepower coming from Team Fortified. It's just a matter, at this point, Team Fortified can do what they want. It's just a matter of what do they want to do. Right now, it seems they're content to just suppress Beaten, generally. Just bounce back and forth, prevent them from having weapons and such. But at some point, that's going to change from suppression to game ending. It's just a matter of time. The only way for Beaten to really come back in this is to get a weapon out as sneakily, however, by any means necessary, get a weapon on the board and try to deal some damage. Lasers are good at that. They fit in small places. They do door snipes. This looks like they're going for the kill. They don't get it this time, but it's looking rough. Eaton selling off his storages again for money. Firebeam fast beam combo online once again. Takes out another mine with it. But Butterdog eats an untenable amount of damage. All the nukes land, it's bad. Butterdog down to 24% and dropping his core. Yeah, that's rough.
That is not ideal.
Well, I mentioned it already. Like, it's just a matter of time before Team Fortified actually breaks them, as that they don't have the ability to survive that kind of damage. And that's what it was. That's what happened. As here comes another volley lining up against Beaten. Team Fortified looking to close out this match, as Team Beaten's trying desperately with the...
Oh, did he do it?
He actually gets the mines.
He did.
He gets the mines this time. All
don't
it
think
costs
it will
him
be enough,
is
though.
taking a nuke directly to the front of his... Oh. So, Ambrulo loses almost all of his mines. That will be incredibly... as it's a big setback for Ambrulo. And what would normally be a game-winning shot for Team Beaten doesn't doesn't really even the odds here. As we can see, Team Beaten just loses all of their weapons and face tanks another nuke in the process. Beaten down to 1%
1%.
which is not much HP.
Not much.
They've lost all of their internals. They have 0 remaining storages. The only thing they have left to their name are mines and their heavy weapons tech.
There we go. There it is.
And they don't even have that anymore. Ladies and gentlemen,
Beaten
Team Fortified
was beaten.
defeats Beaten here in the quarterfinals 2-1 in what was a wonderfully back and forth and great match.
It was. Unexpected, but Beaten has been beaten.
Beaten has indeed been beaten. So
From
much
a
damage.
very classic strat, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the it's an older style nuke rush, and it just worked.
Yeah.
It just gets the nukes out early and does a lot of damage. God, I see what it was. That nuke just dipped down from on top, bypassing much of the existing armor, and just chopped it in half. Yeah, that was good. That was very good.
Wow. Well, that was very entertaining. That was really, really good. And it looks like we have some new players reaching the semifinals.
Yes.
Mm.
A number of
That's
the old hands have been chopped off and replaced. It's exciting.
It is. So we'll do this again same time next week for the semifinals.
That is correct. 1 week
Excellent.
from now it's 3 p.m. Eastern, I believe 7 p.m. UTC will be
Yes.
the semifinals. So make sure
Awesome.
to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, because we've got this coming up very soon, and I will see you guys there.